Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes. Okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still remember the first time I felt it. I was around 7 years old, lying in my bed at night, staring at the ceiling of our rural house near Paraca. My sister was sleeping at a friend's house that night, so I had our shared bedroom to myself. That should have been a treat. No sister hogging the blankets or talking in her sleep. Instead, I heard whispers coming from her empty bed. Clear, hushed voices that sounded like they were having a conversation just a few feet away from me. I pulled the covers over my head and squeezed my eyes shut, trying to convince myself it was just the wind or my imagination. But the whispers continued, rising and falling in a rhythm that was unmistakably speech. I was frozen in place until morning, too terrified to even call for my parents. That was 15 years ago. I wish I could say things have gotten better, but the truth is, this house has never wanted me here. And lately, it's been making that clearer than ever. Yesterday was when everything came to a head. I need to write this down while it's fresh, while I can still feel the chill on my skin. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. Maybe I'm not losing my mind. I woke up early yesterday, around 5:30 a.m., to that familiar ticking sound in the wall beside my bed. It's been there for years, a steady mechanical ticking that doesn't match any of our clocks. My dad once tore open a section of drywall trying to find the source, convinced it was some kind of plumbing issue or a nest of insects. He found nothing but solid wall. My sister has never heard it. Neither have my parents. Just me. I dragged myself out of bed, knowing I wouldn't be able to fall back asleep with that sound in my ears. The house was quiet otherwise. My parents had left the previous evening to visit my aunt in the next town over, and my sister was away at college. I had the whole place to myself for the weekend. The floorboards creaked under my feet as I made my way to the kitchen. Our house sits at the base of a mountain range, isolated from neighbors by a good few miles of winding dirt road. The isolation never bothered me during daylight hours. It's actually beautiful here, rolling hills, dense forests, the mountains rising majestically in the background. But at night, or in the grey hours of early morning, that isolation feels oppressive. I made coffee and sat at our ancient wooden table, scrolling through my phone, trying to distract myself from the feeling of being watched. That's another constant here. The sensation of eyes following me from room to room. I've gotten used to it over the years, or at least I've learned to ignore it most of the time. The renovation work we'd been doing on the house was almost complete. We'd been updating the place bit by bit over the past few months. New roof, repaired chimney, fresh paint. The old place needed it. The previous owner, Mr. Hargrove, had lived here for over 50 years before passing away. He was a strange old man who kept to himself. The weirdest thing about him, despite living alone for decades, he maintained multiple bedrooms, each with a perfectly made bed. When we first moved in, there were 7 bedrooms in this house, and each one had a bed with fresh linens. My parents asked him about it when we bought the place, and he just shrugged and said, "You never know when you might need an extra bed." But he also swore he hadn't had visitors in over 20 years. That detail still makes my skin crawl whenever I think about it. As I sat there sipping my coffee, I heard it, the distinct sound of footsteps coming down the hallway. Heavy, deliberate steps that made the old floorboards groan. I froze, my mug halfway to my lips. I was alone in the house. There shouldn't be anyone walking down that hallway. The footsteps stopped just outside the kitchen doorway. I couldn't see anyone there, but I could feel a presence, as solid and real as if someone was standing right at the threshold. The air seemed to thicken, making it harder to breathe. The temperature dropped several degrees in an instant. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly weak. Is someone there? Silence. Then the footsteps retreated, moving back down the hallway, growing fainter until they disappeared completely. My hands were shaking so badly I had to set my mug down to avoid spilling coffee everywhere. This wasn't the first time I'd heard phantom footsteps in this house, but it was the first time they'd been so clear, so unmistakably real, and never before when I was completely alone. I tried to calm myself down. Maybe it was just the house settling. Old houses make noises, everyone knows that, but deep down I knew it wasn't just the house settling. It was something else. After finishing my coffee, I decided to check on the renovations in the living room. We'd recently torn down the old chimney. It had been damaged and was becoming a safety hazard. What we found inside it still haunts me. Sealed within the concrete at the base of the fireplace were objects. Not random debris that might have fallen in during construction, but deliberately placed items. A small cloth doll with no face, a tin box containing a lock of hair tied with twine, several animal teeth, and a handful of small bones that I pray weren't human. They were arranged in a pattern, like offerings embedded in the cement. My dad laughed it off, saying the builder must have had a weird sense of humor. My mum was more disturbed, but still rational, suggesting they might have been good luck charms or some kind of time capsule. I knew better. Those things weren't placed there for luck. They were sealed away for a reason. I stood in front of the half-demolished fireplace, staring at the dark hole where those objects had been found. We'd removed them, of course. My dad threw them in the trash immediately, despite my strange, instinctive protest. Something told me we shouldn't have disturbed them. As I stood there, I heard the knocking start up from my bedroom. 3 sharp raps, then silence, then 3 more. It was coming from the old wardrobe at the foot of my bed. That wardrobe has been a source of terror since I was a child. The knocking comes from inside it, always in sets of 3, usually late at night when I'm trying to sleep. My parents checked it countless times, finding nothing that could explain the noise. I should have ignored it. I should have walked out of the house, gotten in my car, and driven into town until my parents returned. Instead, I found myself walking toward my bedroom, drawn by some morbid curiosity or perhaps a desperate need to finally confront whatever was happening in this house. The knocking grew louder as I approached the bedroom door. My hand hovered over the doorknob, trembling slightly. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The knocking stopped immediately. My bedroom looked exactly as I'd left it. Bed unmade, clothes draped over a chair, wardrobe standing silent and still at the foot of the bed. The room was cold, much colder than the rest of the house. I walked slowly toward the wardrobe, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I reached out, grasped the handle, and pulled the door open in one quick motion. Empty. Just my clothes hanging neatly inside, a few boxes stacked on the bottom shelf. I let out a shaky breath, feeling both relieved and foolish. That's when I noticed it, a small, dark feather resting on top of my folded sweaters. It wasn't there the day before when I'd grabbed a jacket from the wardrobe. I picked it up, turning it over in my fingers. It reminded me of the bird we'd found during the roof renovation. We'd been replacing some of the old roofing materials that might have contained asbestos. When the workers opened up a section of the attic, they found a live bird inside a completely sealed portion of the roof. There was no hole, no entry point, no way for the bird to have gotten in there. Yet there it was, alive and unharmed, as if it had materialized inside the sealed space. One of the workers, an older man who'd been quiet throughout the renovation, refused to continue working that day. He muttered something about bad places and left, never to return. The other workers laughed it off, but I saw the unease in their eyes. I placed the feather on my dresser and closed the wardrobe door. As I turned to leave the room, I caught a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow passing by the doorway. I whirled around, but the hallway was empty. "Hello?" I called out again, louder this time. My voice echoed through the empty house. No response, but I could feel something watching me from just out of sight. It was a familiar feeling, one I'd experienced countless times in this house. Sometimes it was just shadows darting at the edge of my vision. Other times it was more substantial, full apparitions walking through rooms as casually as guests at a party. I'd see them clearly, then turn to my parents and ask, "Who was that?" only to be told no one had been there. I walked back down the hallway, trying to shake off the feeling of being followed. In the living room, I decided to distract myself by continuing some of the painting we'd been doing. Physical activity would help calm my nerves. As I was setting up the paint and brushes, I heard a sound from my sister's room. The whispers again, the same ones I'd heard all those years ago. Soft, indistinct voices engaged in conversation. This time, I marched directly to her room and threw the door open. The whispers stopped instantly. The room was empty, just as I knew it would be. My sister's bed was neatly made, her desk organized, everything in its place, but the air in the room felt different, charged, like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm. I closed the door and returned to the living room, my hands shaking again. I picked up a paintbrush and tried to focus on the task at hand, but I couldn't stop thinking about all the strange occurrences in this house over the years. When I was 10, I saw a full-bodied apparition for the first time. A tall, thin man in old-fashioned clothes walking from the dining room into the kitchen. He looked as solid and real as any living person until he simply vanished mid-step. I screamed, bringing my parents running. They searched the entire house, finding no one. At 12, I started hearing the ticking in the walls, a constant reminder that something was there, just on the other side. At 15, the knocking in the wardrobe began. Now, at 22, I was experiencing all of it at once, as if whatever haunted this house was growing impatient. I was halfway through painting one wall when I heard something heavy fall in the kitchen. I put down the brush and went to investigate. One of the cabinets was open, and a ceramic bowl lay shattered on the floor. As I bent to clean up the pieces, I felt a cold breeze pass over me, despite all the windows being closed. That's when the real terror began. All the doors in the house slammed shut simultaneously, a deafening chorus of bangs that made me drop the shards I'd been collecting. The lights flickered wildly, then went out completely, plunging me into darkness. The ticking in the walls grew louder, faster, no longer a mechanical sound, but something organic, like hundreds of tiny claws scratching at the plaster. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight function with trembling fingers. The beam cut through the darkness, creating long shadows that seemed to move independently of the objects casting them. The whispers started again, no longer confined to my sister's room, but everywhere. In the walls, the ceiling, the floor beneath my feet. They weren't indistinct anymore. I could make out words, phrases. Still here. Never left. Our house. Not welcome. The temperature dropped so drastically I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. The footsteps returned, circling around me, moving from room to room in a pattern that made no sense, as if multiple people were walking through the house in perfect coordination. I backed against the wall, my phone's flashlight beam jerking wildly as my hand shook. That's when I saw them. Shadows gathering in the center of the kitchen, coalescing into forms that were almost human, but not quite. They moved with a fluid grace that no living person could achieve, bending and twisting in impossible ways. One shadow broke away from the others, moving toward me with deliberate slowness. It stopped just at the edge of my flashlight's beam, as if reluctant to step into the light. Then it spoke. Not in whispers this time, but in a clear, resonant voice that seemed to bypass my ears and echo directly in my mind. "This house was ours before it was yours," it said. "It will be ours long after you're gone." The shadow extended what might have been an arm reaching toward me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even scream. As the shadow's touch grew closer, the light suddenly came back on, flooding the kitchen with brightness. The shadows vanished instantly, but the chill remained. I stood there, back pressed against the wall, heart racing, trying to process what had just happened. Was I losing my mind? Had I fallen asleep while painting and dreamed the whole thing? But I knew it wasn't a dream. The broken bowl was still scattered across the floor. The doors that had slammed shut were all still closed. And when I looked down at my arm, where the shadow had almost touched me, there was a mark, a small dark bruise in the shape of a handprint, as if someone had grabbed me with freezing fingers. I ran. I grabbed my keys and phone and fled the house, not even bothering to close the front door behind me. I drove into town and checked into a motel, where I've been ever since, typing this out on my phone, trying to make sense of what happened. My parents called earlier, asking why I left the house with the front door open and paint supplies out. I couldn't tell them the truth. How could I explain that the house they've lived in for 15 years is something other than what they think it is? That it speaks, that it moves, that whatever lives within its walls prefers the night and has never wanted us there? They're coming home tomorrow. I don't know if I can go back to that house. I don't know if I can spend another night hearing those whispers, those footsteps, feeling those eyes on me in the darkness. But the most terrifying thought is this: what if I can't escape it? What if whatever is in that house has attached itself to me after all these years? As I sit here in this anonymous motel room, I can hear it, that familiar ticking in the wall beside me, steady and patient, like a clock counting down to something I don't want to face. The house speaks, and what lives there prefers the night. But now I'm afraid it's followed me into the light. Story 2. The darkness inside. Charlie, I've never shared this before. It's been over 15 years, but I still get chills when I think about what happened that day. I was in 6th grade when I first met Charlie. We were both the weird kids, the ones who preferred books over sports and spent recess in the library instead of the playground. We bonded over our shared love of reading and theater. Charlie was different, though. There was something about him that drew people in, even as it made them uncomfortable. His eyes were too intense, too knowing for an 11-year-old. I didn't have many friends before Charlie. We were inseparable for almost a year, spending weekends at each other's houses, working on school projects together, and talking about books for hours. My mum was just happy I finally had a friend. She didn't seem to notice how strange Charlie could be sometimes, how he'd stop mid-sentence and stare into space, or how the temperature seemed to drop whenever he was upset. The day everything changed was October 31st. My older sister was having a Halloween party at our house. I wasn't invited, of course. It was for the cool high school kids, but Charlie and I were allowed to hang out in the basement as long as we stayed out of the way. My sister had decorated the basement with black lights and fake cobwebs, making everything glow an eerie purple. We were sitting on the old couch, reading comics by flashlight because the black lights made it hard to see the pages properly. I remember everything about that moment so clearly. The bass from the music upstairs was making the ceiling shake slightly. The basement smelled like dust and the faint scent of the pumpkin candles my mom had lit earlier. Charlie had been quiet for a while, which wasn't unusual. But when I looked up from my comic, I noticed he was staring at the ceiling. There was a row of 3 bulbs in an old fixture directly above us. They glowed purple under the black light, creating weird shadows on Charlie's face. He looked different. His features seemed sharper somehow, his eyes darker. When he spoke, his voice was calm, but had an edge to it I'd never heard before. "See that middle light?" he said, pointing at the center bulb. "It's going to go out." I looked up at the light, confused. "What do you mean?" "It's going to explode," he said, his voice flat. "Watch." I almost laughed. I thought he was joking or trying to scare me because it was Halloween. I started to say something sarcastic when the bulb suddenly burst with a loud pop that made me jump. Glass showered down, some pieces landing on my arm. But I barely felt it because I was staring at Charlie. In that moment, with the black light making everything look alien, Charlie's eyes seemed completely black. Not just dark brown, but empty, like there was nothing behind them at all. His face was expressionless, but I swear I saw the corner of his mouth twitch upward for just a second. "How did you know that would happen?" I asked, my voice shaking. I tried to convince myself it was just a coincidence, that old light bulbs blow out all the time, but the timing was too perfect. Charlie didn't answer. He just picked up his comic book and continued reading as if nothing had happened. But something had changed in the air between us. For the first time since we'd become friends, I was afraid of him. The party upstairs was getting louder, and I suggested we go up and try to sneak some of the snacks. Really, I just wanted to get out of that basement, away from the broken light and Charlie's empty eyes. He nodded and followed me upstairs. The next couple of weeks were weird. Charlie acted normal most of the time, but occasionally he'd say something strange or stare at nothing for too long. I started making excuses not to hang out with him after school, but I still sat with him at lunch. I couldn't bring myself to abandon him completely, even though the Halloween incident had scared me more than I wanted to admit. Then came my birthday in mid-November. My mum had planned a small celebration, just me, Charlie, and two girls from my class, Lena and Chloe. They weren't exactly my friends, but my mum was always trying to get me to branch out socially. We were going to have cake at my house and then walk to the small shopping center in town for ice cream. It was a mild day for November, unusually warm and sunny. Charlie showed up at my house wearing all black, which wasn't that strange for him, but he seemed different. His movements were stiffer, his smile didn't reach his eyes, and he barely spoke during the cake. Lena and Chloe kept exchanging looks, clearly uncomfortable, but my mum didn't seem to notice. After cake, we left for the shopping center. It was about a 15-minute walk, and at first, everything was fine. Lena and Chloe walked ahead, chatting about some TV show, while Charlie and I followed a few steps behind. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the sidewalk. About halfway there, Charlie started talking in a low voice. At first, I thought he was just sharing ideas for a story. He was always coming up with dark fantasy tales. But then I realized this was different. He was talking about himself, but not as Charlie. He was talking about being a prince of darkness, about having powers beyond human comprehension, about how the world would soon recognize his true nature. His voice changed as he spoke. It deepened, became raspier, like an adult's voice coming from a child's body. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I wanted to tell him to stop, that he was freaking me out, but I couldn't find my voice. Lena and Chloe had slowed down, overhearing parts of what Charlie was saying. Lena turned around, a concerned look on her face. "Are you okay, Charlie? You sound weird." That's when it happened. Charlie stopped walking. His whole body went rigid, and then, without any warning, he lunged at Lena. His hands went straight for her throat, fingers curved like claws. It happened so fast I couldn't react. 1 second we were walking, the next Charlie was attacking Lena with a strength that seemed impossible for his size. Lena's reflexes were quicker than mine. She threw her arm up, blocking Charlie's reach for her throat, and pushed him hard. He stumbled backward but didn't fall. The look on his face, I'll never forget it. It wasn't Charlie anymore. His features were contorted into something feral, his eyes wide and completely black, like they had been under the black light. And the sound that came out of his mouth wasn't human. It was a low, guttural growl that made my blood run cold. Chloe screamed, grabbing Lena's arm. "Run!" she yelled, and they both took off toward the shopping center. I stood frozen for a split second, staring at Charlie. He turned his head toward me, those empty eyes locking onto mine, and I ran. I ran after Lena and Chloe, not looking back, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. We didn't stop, until we reached the brightly lit parking lot of the shopping center. Gasping for breath, we huddled together near the entrance of the ice cream shop. Lena was shaking, a red mark visible on her arm where she'd blocked Charlie's attack. "What the hell was that?" Chloe asked, her voice high with panic. "What's wrong with him?" "I don't know," I said, and I really didn't. This wasn't the Charlie I knew. It wasn't even the slightly weird Charlie who had predicted the exploding light bulb. This was something else entirely. We debated what to do. Should we call our parents? The police? In the end, we decided to stay at the shopping center until closing time, when Lena's mum could pick us up. We kept looking over our shoulders, expecting Charlie to appear at any moment, but he never did. Lena's mum drove us all home, and I told my parents a vague story about Charlie not feeling well and going home early. I was too scared and confused to tell them what had really happened. I went to bed that night with my desk chair propped against my bedroom door, terrified that Charlie would somehow get into our house. The next morning, I was getting ready for school when the doorbell rang. Through the window, I could see a police car parked in our driveway. 2 officers were at the door talking to my mum. When she called me downstairs, my stomach dropped. The officers asked me about yesterday, where we'd gone after leaving my house, what Charlie had been wearing, if he'd seemed upset about anything. I told them about walking to the shopping center, leaving out the part about the attack. I didn't know what to say about that. It seemed too crazy, too impossible to explain to these serious-faced adults. That's when they told us. Charlie had been found late last night, about a mile from the shopping center, in the opposite direction from my house. He was without his shirt, missing his phone and one of his shoes, and had several injuries, scrapes and bruises that looked like he'd fallen or been in a fight. He was disoriented and couldn't explain what had happened or where he'd been for the past 6 hours. I felt sick. The last time we'd seen Charlie, he was fully dressed, had his phone in his pocket, I remember him checking it right before the attack, and definitely had both shoes on. How had he ended up a mile away, partially undressed and injured? It didn't make sense. The officers explained that Charlie's parents had taken him to the hospital, where he was currently under observation. They mentioned almost casually that Charlie had been in and out of psychiatric facilities for the past couple of years, that he'd recently had a change in medication, that his parents were concerned about potential side effects. After they left, my mum turned to me with worry in her eyes. "Did something happen yesterday that you're not telling me? Did Charlie do something to upset you all?" I couldn't tell her. How could I explain what I'd seen? That Charlie's eyes had turned completely black, that his voice had changed into something inhuman, that he'd attacked Lena with a strength no 11-year-old should possess. She would think I was making it up or exaggerating, so I just shook my head and said we'd had a disagreement, nothing serious. I didn't go to school that day. My mom called in sick for me, probably thinking I was upset about Charlie. I was, but not in the way she imagined. I spent the day in my room trying to make sense of what had happened. I looked up Charlie's condition online, reading about various mental illnesses, about medication side effects, about dissociative states. None of it explained what I'd seen. Charlie didn't come back to school. I heard from other kids that he'd been transferred to a special facility, that he had problems, that we should all feel sorry for him. I did feel sorry for him, but I was also terrified of him. A week later, I got up the courage to talk to Lena and Chloe about what had happened. We sat on the bleachers during recess, away from everyone else. "Do you remember his eyes?" I asked them. "How they looked wrong?" They exchanged a glance. "I thought I imagined that," Chloe said quietly. "But yeah, they looked empty." "And his voice," Lena added, rubbing her arm where the bruise was still faintly visible. "It didn't sound like him at all." We all fell silent, not knowing what to say next. What could we say? That our classmate had been possessed? That something dark and malevolent had been looking out through his eyes? It sounded crazy even to us. In the years since, I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe Charlie did have a severe mental illness. Maybe the medication change caused some kind of psychotic break. Maybe the black eyes were just a trick of the fading light, and the voice change was just the beginning of puberty combined with my frightened imagination. But then I remember the light bulb, how Charlie had pointed to it with absolute certainty and predicted it would explode, and seconds later it did. There was no way he could have known that. No way he could have caused it through any normal means. That moment, that inexplicable demonstration of something, has stayed with me all these years. I looked Charlie up online recently. He's an adult now, living in another state. According to his social media, he's stable on medication, working a regular job. He looks normal, happy even. There's no hint of the darkness I saw that day. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder, is it still in there waiting? That presence he claimed to have, the one he wanted to prove to me under the black light. Is it dormant, controlled by medication, or has it found someone else to inhabit? I don't know what was inside Charlie that day. I don't know if it was mental illness or something more supernatural. All I know is that when that light bulb exploded, exactly as he predicted, and I saw those empty black eyes staring back at me, I felt something I've never felt before or since. The absolute certainty that I was in the presence of something not entirely human, and that certainty has never left me. Story 3. What watched us on the abandoned tracks? I've had this experience weighing on me for years now, and I need to finally get it off my chest. I still get goosebumps every time I drive past those abandoned train tracks in Ontario, Oregon. What happened there last summer changed something fundamental in how I see the world, and I'm still trying to process it. It was mid-July, one of those evenings where the heat of the day lingers well past sunset. My friend H had been bugging me to check out these old railroad tracks on the edge of town. She'd heard rumors about the place being haunted or something. I wasn't big on ghost stories, but H was persistent and eventually I caved. We decided to bring along B and her boyfriend since B had a car and we needed the ride. The plan was simple: get there before sunset, walk the tracks for a bit, maybe take some pictures and leave before it got too dark. But things didn't work out that way. B was late picking us up because she and her boyfriend had been arguing over something stupid. By the time we finally arrived at the tracks, the sun was already dipping below the horizon, painting everything in deep orange and purple. I remember having this immediate sense of regret as we stepped out of the car. The tracks stretched ahead of us, disappearing into a dense cluster of trees about half a mile away. There was nothing particularly sinister about them in the fading daylight, just old, rusted metal rails running through overgrown weeds and scattered gravel. But something felt off. The air was unusually still, heavy with humidity that made my t-shirt stick to my back within minutes. "We should probably just come back tomorrow," I suggested, already feeling uneasy. But H was already walking ahead, her phone out to take pictures, and B's boyfriend was following, clearly trying to prove he wasn't scared. B shot me an apologetic look, and we trailed after them. The first 10 minutes were uneventful. The only sounds were our footsteps on the gravel and the occasional distant car passing on the highway behind us. As we ventured further from the entrance, though, I started noticing how the air seemed to change. It's hard to describe exactly, but it felt thicker somehow, like we were walking through something denser than air. Each breath required just a little more effort, as if the oxygen was slightly too heavy for my lungs. "Does the air feel weird to you guys?" I asked, but they were too busy taking pictures of some graffiti on an old railroad sign to really pay attention. We continued walking, and that's when I first heard it, the sound of children laughing. It was faint, coming from somewhere to our right, where a few houses sat in the distance beyond a field. I didn't think much of it initially. Kids playing in backyards at dusk, nothing unusual about that. But as we walked further along the tracks, the laughter seemed to follow us, maintaining the same distance no matter how far we went. H noticed it too. "Can you hear that?" she whispered, slowing her pace to walk beside me. I nodded, straining to listen more carefully. The sound had changed subtly. It was higher pitched now, less like playful laughter and more like something else, something that made the hair on my arms stand up. B and her boyfriend were a few steps ahead of us, now bickering in hushed tones about which direction to go. The tracks split up ahead, one path continuing straight, the other curving off to the left, deeper into the trees. Their voices were getting more heated, echoing slightly in the strange, thick air. That's when the laughter transformed completely. What had started as the distant sound of children playing had morphed into something that sounded unmistakably like a woman screaming. It was coming from the middle of a dense patch of trees to our right. Far from any of the houses we'd seen earlier, we all froze. The screaming stopped abruptly, leaving a silence so complete it felt like pressure against my eardrums. What the fuck was that? B's boyfriend's voice sounded strained, higher than usual. "We need to go back," I said, the words feeling thick in my mouth. "Now!" But no one moved. We stood there on the tracks, caught in some kind of paralysis. B and her boyfriend started arguing again, him insisting we check it out, her begging to leave. H stood silent, her face pale in the fading light. I could see her hands trembling as she clutched her phone. The argument between B and her boyfriend escalated, voices rising despite the instinct to stay quiet in this place. I found myself growing impatient, the need to leave building like pressure in my chest. And that's when I made the mistake of looking to my left, toward the tree line that ran parallel to the tracks. There were shapes standing between the trees, small, pale forms. I counted 6, maybe more. They were motionless, arranged in a loose semicircle, all facing directly toward us on the tracks. Even in the dimming light, I could make out their general shape. Humanoid, but not quite right, like children's proportions that were slightly off. They wore what looked like white clothing, or perhaps they themselves were white. It was impossible to tell where body ended and clothing began. But what froze my blood was their faces. Where eyes should have been, there were only dark, empty hollows, not shadows, but actual cavities, like black holes punched into white paper. They didn't move. They didn't need to. Their stillness was somehow more terrifying than any movement could have been. I wanted to scream, to alert the others, but my voice was trapped in my throat. A sudden gust of wind tore through the area, unnaturally cold for a July evening, whipping up dead leaves and dust from the tracks in a circular pattern around us. The sound of the wind masked another noise at first, but as my ears adjusted, I realized what I was hearing. Footsteps. Not from my friends, who were still standing frozen in their spots, but from the darkness surrounding us. Multiple sets of footsteps on gravel and dry leaves circling our position, growing closer with each passing second. It was like we were being flanked, surrounded by something we couldn't see. The paralysis broke. "We're leaving, now!" I screamed, grabbing H's arm so hard she winced. I didn't care. Survival instinct had taken over completely. I started running back the way we'd come, dragging H with me. I heard B and her boyfriend's footsteps right behind us, their argument forgotten in the face of pure terror. We ran blindly, the sound of those other footsteps keeping pace with us, always just out of sight. The thick air seemed to resist our movement, like running through shallow water. My lungs burned with the effort, each breath harder than the last. About halfway back to the entrance, something happened that I still can't explain away, no matter how hard I try. Something dark moved across the tracks about 20 yards ahead of us. It wasn't a person or an animal, just a silhouette, a cutout of pure darkness that was somehow deeper than the gathering night around it. It crossed from one side to the other in a single fluid motion, leaving no sound, disturbing not even a single piece of gravel on the tracks. H saw it too. I felt her stumble beside me, heard her choked sob of fear. We didn't slow down. If anything, we ran faster, our feet barely touching the ground. The strangest part was how the air changed as we got closer to the entrance. With each step towards safety, it felt lighter, easier to breathe, as if we were literally emerging from underwater. The pressure in my ears popped, and suddenly the normal sounds of the night returned. Distant traffic, the hum of streetlights, a dog barking somewhere in the neighborhood beyond. We burst out onto the gravel parking area where Bee had left her car, all four of us gasping for breath. No one spoke as we piled into the vehicle. Bee's hands were shaking so badly she could barely get the key in the ignition. When the engine finally roared to life, the familiar sound was the most comforting thing I'd ever heard. As we pulled away, I looked back at the entrance to the tracks. The path we'd just fled from looked ordinary now, just an old railroad line disappearing into the darkness. Nothing moved there, nothing watched from the trees, but I knew with a certainty that transcended logic that something was still there. Just beyond the reach of the streetlights, the drive home was silent. No one wanted to be the first to acknowledge what had happened, what we'd seen. When B dropped me off at my apartment, H came inside with me. Neither of us wanted to be alone. We sat on my couch until sunrise, jumping at every creak in the building, unable to close our eyes for more than a few seconds at a time. The next day, B called. Her boyfriend was insisting we'd just freaked ourselves out, that it was probably just some kids playing a prank on us. He claimed he hadn't seen anything unusual, but I could hear the doubt in B's voice as she relayed his words. She had seen something too, even if she couldn't bring herself to describe it. H and I have talked about that night many times since then. We've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was local teens in white clothes. Maybe the screaming was just an animal. Maybe the dark figure crossing the tracks was just a shadow cast by a passing car's headlights. But these explanations feel hollow, like band-aids placed over a wound that's too deep to heal that way. What bothers me most isn't the white figures with their empty eyes, or even the dark shape that crossed our path. It's the way the air felt, like we were breathing inside someone else's lungs. The way the sounds transformed from innocent to terrifying the deeper we went. The way those unseen footsteps surrounded us, herding us like prey. I've researched the area since then. The tracks were abandoned in the late 1980s after a train derailment that killed several people. There are local legends about the place being haunted, but nothing that matches what we experienced. No stories about white figures watching from the trees or the air growing thick like water. H refuses to drive on that side of town anymore. B broke up with her boyfriend a week after the incident. She said she couldn't be with someone who would dismiss what happened, who would try to make her doubt her own senses. I understand. I've questioned my sanity more than once in the months since that night. Last week, I was driving home late from work and found myself on the road that passes by those tracks. I don't know what compelled me to slow down and look. Maybe some part of me needed confirmation that it had been real, that we hadn't just collectively lost our minds that night. The entrance to the tracks was the same. A gap in the fence, the rusted rails stretching away into darkness. As I idled at the stop sign, my headlights illuminating that narrow path, I saw something that made my foot slam down on the accelerator hard enough to squeal the tires. Standing just at the edge of my headlight's reach was a small white figure. It was there for only a second before I sped away, but I saw it clearly enough. The too small body, the empty black hollows where eyes should be, and worse, the slight tilt of its head, as if in recognition, as if it had been waiting for me to return. I haven't told H or B about this. I don't think I will. Some experiences are too heavy to share, even with those who lived through the beginning with you. What I know now is that certain places exist in this world that operate by different rules. Places where the boundary between what should be and what is grows thin. The abandoned tracks in Ontario are one such place. During the day, they're just rusted metal and rotting wooden ties, But when the sun sets, they become a doorway to something else, something that watches and waits with infinite patience. The thing I can't shake, the thought that keeps me awake at night, is the transformation of those sounds, from children's laughter to a woman's scream. I've come to believe that what we interpret as playful from a distance reveals its true nature only when you get too close. And some things in this world don't want an audience. I still hear those footsteps sometimes in my dreams, still feel that thick air filling my lungs, still see those empty black eye sockets staring from between the trees, and I wonder if part of me never really left those tracks, if something followed us home that night, something that's still watching, still waiting for a moment of weakness or curiosity to pull us back in. All I know for certain is that I'll never set foot on those abandoned tracks again. And if you ever find yourself in Ontario, Oregon, and hear what sounds like children playing near the old railroad line after sunset, don't follow the sound. Don't try to see what's making it. Because what sounds like laughter from a distance might be something else entirely when you get too close. Story 4. The thing that followed us home. I've never been afraid of the dark. Growing up in Asheville, surrounded by mountains and forests, I actually preferred nighttime walks. The cool air, the quiet streets, the way the moon cast everything in silver, it was peaceful. My best friend and I made it a habit to walk around our neighborhood after dinner. We'd been doing it for years, and nothing bad ever happened until 3 weeks ago. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened that night. Part of me wants to believe it was just our imagination running wild, that we somehow fed off each other's fear until we created something that wasn't really there. But I know that's not true. What followed us home that night was real, and I think it's still here. It started like any other evening walk. I met my best friend at her house around 8:30. The sun had just set, and the air had that perfect early autumn crispness. We decided to take our usual route, which included a stretch along some old railroad tracks that cut through a wooded area near her neighborhood. We'd walked that path hundreds of times before. It was familiar territory. About halfway down the tracks, I noticed my friend kept looking over her shoulder. At first, I didn't think much of it. Probably just heard an animal rustling in the bushes or something. But when she did it for the third time in less than a minute, I asked her what was wrong. "I keep feeling like something's running behind me," she said, her voice tight. "Like right at my heels, but when I turn around, nothing's there." I laughed it off, told her it was probably just her shadow playing tricks on her. But then I saw it, standing about 30 feet ahead of us on the tracks. A tall, dark figure, completely motionless. It was hard to make out details in the darkness, but it seemed to be at least 6.5 feet tall, maybe taller, just standing there, watching us. My first thought was that it was just some guy out for a walk, but something felt wrong. The way it stood so perfectly still, the fact that I couldn't make out any features, just a dark silhouette against the night sky. And there was something about its proportions that seemed off, too tall and too thin to be a normal person. I grabbed my friend's arm and pointed. "Do you see that?" She squinted into the darkness, then her whole body went rigid. "We need to go," she whispered. "Now." We turned around and started walking quickly back the way we came. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. I kept wanting to look back, but something told me not to. My friend was practically jogging beside me, her breathing ragged. "There's something else," she said as we hurried along. "Something watching from the trees. I've been seeing it from the corner of my eye this whole time. It's smaller, but it moves wrong, like it's on all fours, but not like a dog or anything. More like, I don't know, it has horns or something, like a goat, but not a goat." I didn't see this second thing she was describing, but the fear in her voice was enough to make me walk faster. We made it back to the main road without looking back, both of us breathing hard, more from fear than exertion. Once we reached the streetlights, we slowed down a bit, trying to act normal. "Let's not go that way again," I said, trying to sound casual but failing miserably. My friend nodded emphatically. "Never again." We decided to cut our walk short that night and headed back to her house. By the time we got there, we had almost convinced ourselves that we'd overreacted. Almost. "Do you want to stay over?" she asked as we reached her front door. I could tell she didn't want to be alone, but I had an early class the next day and needed to get home. "I'll be fine," I assured her, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "It was probably just some random guy on the tracks, and your imagination did the rest." She nodded but didn't look convinced. "Text me when you get home safe." The walk to my place was only about 10 minutes, but it felt like an hour. Every shadow made me jump. Every rustle in the bushes had me picking up my pace. By the time I reached my front door, my shirt was sticking to my back with cold sweat. I locked the door behind me, checked all the windows, and even looked under my bed like a scared kid. Nothing was there. I texted my friend to let her know I was home safe, then took a long, hot shower to try and wash away the feeling of dread that had settled over me. That should have been the end of it. We'd had a scare, worked ourselves up over nothing, and now life would go back to normal. Except it didn't. 3 days later, my friend suggested we try a different route for our walk. A path that went along a small stream about half a mile from her house. No railroad tracks, well lit in most places, and usually populated with other walkers or joggers. I agreed, relieved that she wasn't suggesting we give up our walks altogether. Everything was fine at first. The path was pretty, following alongside a bubbling creek with small wooden bridges crossing it at various points. There were a few other people around, an older couple walking their dog, a guy on a bike, 2 women jogging together. Normal. Safe. We were about a mile in when I felt it, a heaviness in my chest, like someone was sitting on it. It came out of nowhere, this crushing pressure that made it slightly harder to breathe. I glanced at my friend and saw that her face had gone pale. "Do you feel that?" I asked, already knowing the answer. She nodded, her eyes wide. "We need to go back. Right now." We turned around and started walking quickly toward the entrance of the path. The pressure in my chest grew stronger with each step, and I found myself gasping slightly for air. It wasn't a physical problem. I'm in decent shape and a brisk walk shouldn't wind me. But something was pressing down on me, making each breath an effort. The path ended at a wooden fence with a small gate that separated it from the parking area. As we approached it, my friend suddenly grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in painfully. "Don't look back," she whispered. Of course, that made me want to look back more than anything. I resisted for about 3 seconds before turning my head slightly, peering over my shoulder. It was there, the tall figure from the railroad tracks, standing perfectly still, about 50 yards behind us on the path. In the better lighting, I could see more details now. It was indeed impossibly tall and thin, with long arms that hung down past where its knees should be. It wasn't exactly black, more like a deeper shadow than the surrounding darkness. It had a head, shoulders, arms, legs, a humanoid shape. But something about the proportions was just wrong. Not demonic or monstrous, just wrong. And it was watching us with an intense focus I could feel like a physical touch. My friend was fumbling with the gate latch, her hands shaking so badly she couldn't get it open. I reached over to help her, but before I did, I took one more look back. "It's there, isn't it?" she asked, her voice barely audible. "The tall one." "Yes," I admitted, finally getting the gate open. We pushed through and let it swing shut behind us. My friend's face went even paler, if that was possible. "The other one is coming too." I didn't see this second entity she kept mentioning, but I believed her. The look of absolute terror on her face was too real to be faked or imagined. We practically ran to her car, jumped in, and locked the doors. She started the engine with trembling hands and peeled out of the parking lot so fast the tires squealed. Neither of us spoke on the short drive back to my apartment. What was there to say? We both knew what we'd seen, what we'd felt. When we pulled up outside my building, I hesitated before getting out of the car. "Do you want to come up?" I asked. "You can crash on my couch." She shook her head. "I just want to get home and lock my doors." I understood. "Text me when you get there." She nodded, and I got out of the car, hurrying up the walkway to my building's entrance. I heard her drive away as I was unlocking the front door. My apartment was dark and quiet when I entered. I flipped on all the lights, trying to dispel the shadows that suddenly seemed too deep, too active. I went through my usual routine, checking windows, locking the door, pulling down blinds, but it felt different this time. Like I was going through the motions of security without any actual security being achieved. I took another shower, letting the hot water pound against my back, trying to release the tension that had my shoulders up around my ears. That's when I felt it, a shift in the air, like the bathroom had suddenly become more crowded. The shower curtain was partially transparent, and through the steam and plastic, I could swear I saw something move near the door. I shut off the water quickly, grabbed my towel and wrapped it around myself before cautiously pulling the curtain back. The bathroom looked empty, but it didn't feel empty. The air was colder than it should have been right after a hot shower, and there was a strange smell, like wet earth and something vaguely metallic. I dressed quickly in the bathroom, not wanting to walk out in just a towel, then hurried to my bedroom. My phone buzzed. A text from my friend saying she'd made it home safely. I sent back a quick "good" and then sat on my bed trying to calm my racing heart. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the building, every car passing outside, every shift of shadow as clouds moved across the moon had me sitting bolt upright, staring into the darkness of my room. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep around 3 in the morning. The next day, my friend came over. We needed to talk about what was happening, try to make sense of it. As soon as she walked into my apartment, she froze, her eyes darting to my bathroom door, which was closed. "It's in there," she whispered, backing toward my front door. "The one from the woods." "The goat one." I shook my head. "No, that's impossible. It's just my bathroom." But even as I said it, I knew she was right. There had been something off about that room since I'd come home the night before. I'd been avoiding going in there all morning, using the bathroom at the coffee shop down the street instead. "We need to get rid of it," she said, her voice stronger now. "I've been reading about this stuff. We need sage or rosemary for cleansing, and Florida water, and sigils, protective symbols we can draw." I wasn't sure if I believed any of that would work, but I was desperate enough to try anything. We went to a new age shop a few blocks away and bought what we needed. A bundle of dried rosemary, they were out of sage, a bottle of Florida water cologne, and a book on protective symbols. Back at my apartment, we stood outside the bathroom door, armed with our supplies. I felt ridiculous, but also terrified. What if we opened the door and actually saw something in there? What if we didn't, and it was all in our heads? I wasn't sure which would be worse. "Ready?" my friend asked, holding the rosemary bundle in one hand and a lighter in the other. I nodded, then slowly opened the bathroom door. Nothing visible was inside, just my small bathroom with its shower, toilet, and sink. But the air was freezing cold, and that same earthy, metallic smell was stronger than before. My friend lit the rosemary bundle, and it began to smoke. She handed it to me, then opened the Florida water and began to sprinkle it around the bathroom, focusing on the corners, the drain, the mirror. I waved the smoking rosemary around, feeling increasingly foolish, but also increasingly afraid. We had just started drawing a protective symbol on the mirror with the Florida water when we heard it, a low, rumbling growl coming from near the shower. It wasn't loud, but it was unmistakably a growl, and unmistakably not human. It sounded angry, threatened. My friend dropped the Florida water bottle, which shattered on the tile floor. We backed out of the bathroom quickly, slamming the door shut behind us. Both of us were shaking, tears streaming down my friend's face. "It's real," I whispered, staring at the closed door. "It's actually real." "It followed us home," she said, wiping at her tears. "From the tracks. It followed us, and now it's here." We spent the rest of the day at her place, too afraid to stay in my apartment. That night, I slept on her couch, though slept is generous. I mostly stared at the ceiling, jumping at every noise. When I finally did drift off, I had the most vivid dream, or at least I think it was a dream. I was in my friend's laundry room, a small space off her kitchen with a washer, dryer, and some shelves. I was alone, sorting clothes into piles, when I felt something enter the room behind me. I couldn't see it, but I could feel its presence. Large, oppressive, hungry. It spoke without words, somehow communicating directly into my mind. It wanted me to go with it, to follow it somewhere else. Not physically, it wanted something deeper, more essential. It wanted me to give in, to stop fighting, to let my fear take over completely. In the dream, I turned to face it, though its features remained blurry, indistinct. "No," I said firmly. "You can't have me." I woke with a gasp, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it. The urge to go to the bathroom was overwhelming, pressing on my bladder painfully. But a deeper instinct told me that's exactly what it wanted, to get me alone in a small enclosed space, to isolate me. I stayed on the couch, curled into a ball, silently praying for morning to come. I would not give in. I would not go to the bathroom. I would hold it until daylight, until other people were awake, until I wasn't alone. The next morning, my friend and I tried to make sense of what was happening. We researched similar experiences online, looking for solutions, explanations, anything that might help. One recurring theme we found was that these entities, whatever they are, feed on fear. The more afraid you are, the stronger they become. That's why it's getting worse, I realized. We're feeding it with our terror. We decided to try cleansing my apartment again, this time with a different approach. We would go in calm, confident, not allowing ourselves to feel fear. We would reclaim the space with intention and strength. It was easier said than done. Standing outside my bathroom door again, rosemary bundle in hand, Florida water ready, in a plastic bottle this time, I could feel the fear rising in my chest like a tide, but I pushed it down, focusing instead on anger. This thing had invaded my home, my safe space. It had no right to be here. My friend lit the rosemary, and I pushed open the bathroom door. The cold hit us immediately, along with that now familiar smell. But this time, we didn't back down. We began our cleansing ritual, moving methodically through the small space, declaring out loud that this was our space, not its space. The growl came again, louder this time, emanating from the shower area. The shower curtain billowed outward slightly, as if pushed by a breeze, though there was no window in the bathroom. I faltered, the fear creeping back in despite my best efforts to suppress it. The rosemary smoke seemed to be dissipating too quickly, being sucked away rather than filling the room as it should. That's when I realized it wasn't just feeding on our fear. It was actively trying to create more fear, to strengthen itself. And it was working. I could feel my resolve weakening, the terror building in my chest until it was hard to breathe. The growl intensified, becoming a snarl that seemed to vibrate the very air around us. The shower curtain whipped violently to one side, revealing nothing behind it but my empty shower, which was somehow more terrifying than if there had been something visible there. I backed up, bumping into my friend, who was frozen in place, staring at the shower. The Florida water slipped from her hand, splashing across the tile floor. The rosemary bundle was nearly burned out, the smoke dissipating almost instantly now. That's when I realized we had made a terrible mistake. There are some entities that can be cleansed away, some unwanted visitors that will leave when asked firmly enough. But this wasn't one of them. This thing had followed us home because it wanted to, and it was staying for the same reason. The bathroom door slammed shut on its own, trapping us inside with whatever we had disturbed. The growling grew louder, seeming to come from all around us now. The lights flickered, then went out completely, plunging us into darkness. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight app with shaking fingers. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating my friend's terrified face, the empty shower, the medicine cabinet mirror that was now somehow fogged despite the cold air. Words began to appear in the fog on the mirror, as if traced by an invisible finger. Mine now. Story 5. The Heart in the Snow. Last winter was brutal where we live, with record snowfall that seemed to never end. It was during that long stretch of February, right after we'd gotten almost a foot of fresh snow overnight, that something happened I still can't explain. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, looking for some rational explanation, but I keep coming back to the same impossible conclusion. Something crossed between my dreams and reality that day, and it left physical evidence I could hold in my hands. I'm not someone who typically remembers dreams. I know everyone dreams every night, but I usually wake up with no recollection of them. That's why this particular dream was so unusual. It was vivid, detailed, and stayed with me after I woke up. In my dream, I was sitting in my mother-in-law's living room. It was the middle of the afternoon, and sunlight was streaming through the windows, creating those dust-filled beams of light you can see when the sun hits just right. The room was filled with people I didn't recognize, strangers who seemed completely at ease in the space, passing around a small wooden bowl of something I couldn't see. Everyone was taking turns looking into the bowl, then passing it to the next person. The strange thing was, I knew I was dreaming. It had that slightly unreal quality that dreams often have. Colors too vibrant, details too sharp in some places and too fuzzy in others. The strangers' faces weren't quite in focus, like a photograph taken with a moving camera. And then my husband's father was there, sitting across from me. I've never met him in person. He passed away before my husband and I started dating. I only know his face from the old photographs my husband keeps in a shoebox under our bed and the few framed ones at his mom's house. But in the dream, he was as real and three-dimensional as any living person. He was wearing a flannel shirt, the sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms scattered with dark hair. His beard was neatly trimmed, just like in the photos. The wooden bowl made its way around the circle until it reached him. He looked inside, nodded, then reached in and pulled something out. He stood up and crossed the room to where I was sitting. Up close, I could see the crow's feet around his eyes, the small scar on his chin that I'd noticed in one particular photograph. He smelled like pipe tobacco and aftershave. He reached out and placed something in my palm, a small, purple glass heart. It was about the size of a plum, solid and heavy, with a deep violet color that seemed to glow from within. The surface was smooth and cool against my skin. "Give this to Sarah for me," he said, his voice gravelly but gentle. That was it. That was the entire dream. I woke up immediately after, with those words still ringing in my ears. The digital clock on our nightstand read 5:17 a.m. Too early to get up, but I knew I wouldn't be able to fall back asleep. The dream felt important somehow, weighted with meaning I couldn't quite grasp. I lay there in the darkness, my husband's steady breathing beside me, turning the dream over in my mind. It wasn't frightening, just strange. I'd never dreamed about my father-in-law before, had never heard his voice. Why would I dream about him giving me a purple glass heart to pass on to my mother-in-law? When my husband's alarm went off at 6:30, I told him about the dream. He listened, propped up on one elbow, his expression changing from sleepy curiosity to amusement. "Dad was always into weird art stuff," he said with a small laugh. "Glass figurines actually sounds like something he would have collected. But I don't remember any purple hearts around the house growing up." He got out of bed and started getting ready for work. I could tell he thought it was just a random, meaningless dream, and maybe it was. But it didn't feel that way to me. The image of that purple heart was so clear in my mind, the weight of it in my palm so real. Later that morning, my husband called from work. His mom had phoned him, asking if we could come dig her out. The snowplows had created a massive bank at the end of her driveway, and she couldn't get her car out. Since my husband was tied up with meetings all day, I volunteered to go help. "Can you pick her up and bring her here for the day?" he asked. "The forecast says more snow tonight, and I don't like the idea of her being alone if the power goes out." I agreed, bundled up in my warmest clothes, grabbed a shovel and headed out. The roads were barely plowed, and the drive to my mother-in-law's house, which normally took 20 minutes, stretched to almost an hour of white-knuckle driving through snow-packed streets. When I finally pulled up to her house, the snow in her front yard was pristine, untouched. The plow had indeed left a wall of compacted snow about 4 feet high at the end of her driveway. I parked on the street and trudged through the deep snow toward her front door, my boots sinking with each step. That's when I saw it. A flash of color against the white snow. Something purple, half buried in a drift near the steps to her porch. I probably would have walked right past it if the sunlight hadn't caught it at just the right angle, making it glint for a moment. Curious, I veered off the rough path I was making and waded toward the spot of color. I reached down, pushing my gloved hand into the snow, and felt something solid. When I pulled it out and brushed away the clinging snow, my heart literally skipped a beat. It was a heart, a small purple glass heart exactly like the one from my dream. I stood there, frozen in place, staring at the object in my hand. The snow around it was smooth and undisturbed, with no footprints or marks to suggest how it got there. The heart was cold, obviously, but otherwise exactly as I'd seen it in my dream. Deep violet in color, solid, about the size of a plum, with a smooth, polished surface. My first thought was that I was still dreaming. I pinched my arm hard through my coat, felt the sharp pain. This was real. I was standing in my mother-in-law's front yard, holding a purple glass heart that matched the one my dead father-in-law had given me in a dream just hours earlier. My second thought was more rational. Maybe my husband had played an elaborate prank, but that made no sense. He'd been asleep when I had the dream, and I'd told him about it after he woke up. He'd gone straight to work afterward, and there was no way he could have planted the heart in the snow. Besides, the snow was completely untouched. If someone had placed the heart there, they would have left footprints. I stood there for what felt like ages, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what was happening. The cold finally snapped me out of my daze. My fingers were starting to go numb, even through my gloves. I carefully tucked the heart into my coat pocket and continued to the front door. My mother-in-law, Sarah, answered on the second knock. She was bundled in a thick sweater, her silver hair pulled back in its usual neat bun. "Oh, thank goodness you're here," she said, ushering me inside. "That plow driver buried me alive this morning. I tried calling the city, but they said it would be at least 2 days before they could send someone to clear the driveway." I nodded, making appropriate sympathetic noises, but my mind was still reeling from what I'd found in the snow. Should I tell her about it? About the dream? It seemed crazy, the kind of thing that would make her worry about my mental health. But the weight of the glass heart in my pocket felt impossible to ignore. Sarah bustled around the kitchen, making us both tea while I warmed up. Her house was always immaculate, every surface dusted, every item in its proper place. The walls were lined with photographs of her late husband, of my husband as a child. of their extended family. I'd seen them all 100 times before, but now I found myself studying the photos of my father-in-law, comparing them to the man in my dream. When Sarah set a steaming mug of tea in front of me, I finally worked up the courage to say something. "Sarah, this might sound strange, but did your husband ever collect glass figurines, specifically hearts?" She looked surprised by the question. "Glass hearts? No, not that I recall. He was more into wooden carvings, birds mostly. Why do you ask?" I hesitated, then reached into my pocket and pulled out the purple heart. "Because I found this in your front yard, buried in the snow." Her eyes widened as I placed it on the table between us. She reached for it slowly, as if it might disappear if she moved too quickly. Her fingers trembled slightly as she picked it up. "Where exactly did you find this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I explained where I'd spotted it, near the steps to her porch, half buried in untouched snow. I didn't mention the dream yet. That seemed like too much, too soon. Sarah turned the heart over in her hands, examining it from all angles. "It's beautiful," she said, "but I have no idea where it came from. No one's been able to get up my driveway since the snow started yesterday." I watched her face carefully, looking for any sign of recognition, any hint that she might know more about the heart than she was letting on. But she seemed genuinely perplexed. Finally, I couldn't hold back anymore. "I had a dream about this heart last night," I said, the words tumbling out. "I dreamed I was sitting in your living room, and your husband was there. He gave me a purple glass heart exactly like this one and told me to give it to you." The color drained from Sarah's face. She set the heart down on the table with a soft click. For a long moment, she just stared at it, her expression unreadable. Then she looked up at me, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "Today is our anniversary," she said quietly. "Would have been 43 years. I hadn't known. My husband hadn't mentioned it, probably because he was so swamped with work lately. A wave of guilt washed over me. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize." Sarah shook her head, cutting me off. "It's okay. It's been 7 years since he passed. Sometimes I think I'm the only one who remembers the date anymore." She picked up the heart again, cradling it in her palm. "You know, early in our marriage, before we had kids, we used to play this game. He would hide little gifts for me around the house with riddles to help me find them. Nothing expensive, just small tokens. One Valentine's Day, he gave me a tiny glass rose. I kept it on my nightstand for years until it got broken during a move." As she spoke, she absently stroked the smooth surface of the purple heart with her thumb. I watched, mesmerized, feeling like I was witnessing something deeply private. "Did you ever have a purple glass heart before?" I asked gently. She shook her head. "No, never, but purple was his favorite color." She looked up at me suddenly, her eyes intense. "What else happened in your dream?" "Did he say anything else?" I recounted the dream in detail, the living room filled with strangers, the wooden bowl being passed around, how real he had seemed, down to the smell of tobacco and aftershave. As I spoke, Sarah's expression shifted from skepticism to wonder, to something like fear. "That's exactly how he smelled," she whispered when I mentioned the tobacco and aftershave. "And he did have a small scar on his chin. Got it from falling off his bike as a boy." A chill ran down my spine. I hadn't known about the scar's origin. I'd only noticed it in photographs. "And the flannel shirt with rolled-up sleeves. That was his at-home uniform," she continued. "Winter or summer, it didn't matter. Always flannel, always with the sleeves rolled up." We sat in silence for a moment, both staring at the purple heart on the table between us. Outside, the wind had picked up, whistling around the corners of the house. "I should start shoveling your driveway," I said finally, standing up. "We should get going before the next storm hits." Sarah nodded, but she seemed distracted. She picked up the heart again, holding it close to her face, examining it in the light. "Can I keep this?" she asked. "Of course," I said. "It was meant for you." I left her at the table and went outside to tackle the snowbank at the end of her driveway. The physical labor was a relief, giving me something concrete to focus on instead of the impossible thing that had just happened. I shoveled methodically, creating a path wide enough for my car to get through, the repetitive motion almost meditative. By the time I finished, my arms were aching and sweat had soaked through my base layers despite the cold. I went back inside to find Sarah in her bedroom, packing an overnight bag. The purple heart was sitting on her dresser, catching the light. As she zipped up her bag, I noticed her hands were steadier now, her movements more purposeful. The initial shock had worn off, replaced by a kind of quiet determination. "Ready to go?" I asked. She nodded, picking up the heart and slipping it into her pocket. "Yes, I think so." The drive back to our house was quiet. Sarah stared out the window at the snow-covered landscape, occasionally touching her pocket where the heart was. I kept my eyes on the road, trying to focus on the practical challenges of driving in these conditions rather than the inexplicable event we'd just experienced. When we arrived home, my husband was still at work. I helped Sarah settle into our guest room, made her some lunch, and tried to act as if everything was normal. But nothing felt normal anymore. The boundary between dreams and reality had been breached, and I didn't know what to make of it. Later that evening, after my husband got home and we'd all had dinner, Sarah took the purple heart out of her pocket and showed it to him. "Your wife found this in the snow today," she said simply. My husband took it, turning it over in his hands with curiosity. "It's pretty," he said. "Where did it come from?" Sarah looked at me, a silent question in her eyes. It was my choice whether to tell him about the dream or not. I took a deep breath. "I had a dream last night that your dad gave me a purple glass heart to give to your mom. And then I found that exact heart buried in the untouched snow outside her house." My husband's expression shifted from curiosity to disbelief. He looked from me to his mother and back again. "You're serious," he said, not a question but a realization. I nodded. "The snow was completely undisturbed," Sarah added. "No footprints, nothing, and today is our anniversary." My husband sat down heavily, still holding the heart. I don't know what that is." None of us did. There was no rational explanation for what had happened. A dream had somehow manifested a physical object in the real world. Or maybe the object had always been there, and the dream was a way of leading me to it. Either way, it defied everything I thought I understood about how the world works. That night, lying in bed next to my husband, I kept going over it all in my head. The dream, finding the heart, Sarah's reaction. There was something electric about that moment, when I placed the heart on the table and saw the color drain from her face, when I realized we were both experiencing something that couldn't be explained away. "Do you think it was really him?" my husband whispered in the darkness. "Dad, I mean, do you think he found a way to send Mom a message?" I didn't know how to answer. Part of me wanted to believe it was possible, that love could somehow breach the barrier between life and death. Another part of me was terrified by the implications. If this was real, what else might be? "I don't know," I said honestly, "but it happened. Whatever it was, it happened." We lay in silence after that, both lost in our own thoughts. Outside, fresh snow was falling, covering the world in a clean white blanket, erasing all traces of what had come before. The purple heart sits on Sarah's mantle now. Sometimes when the light hits it just right, it seems to glow from within, just like it did in my dream. And sometimes, when I look at it, I can almost hear that gravelly voice again. "Give this to Sarah for me." I still don't know how to explain what happened that day. How a dream crossed over into reality and left behind a cold, solid piece of purple glass. All I know is that some messages find a way through snow with no footprints, leaving only what's necessary behind. Story 6. The Pantry That Never Existed. I haven't told many people about this because it sounds completely insane, even to me. But what happened in my best friend's house almost 20 years ago in Ontario, Oregon, still haunts me. I know what I saw. I know what I experienced, and I know what was in those photos, or rather what wasn't. For context, my best friend moved into this old 2-story house back in 2003. It was a decent-sized place, nothing fancy but spacious enough for her, her young daughter, and occasionally me when I'd stay over. From the very beginning, something felt wrong about that house. Not in the typical old house has weird vibes way, but in a way that made your skin feel too tight, like something was constantly watching you from just outside your peripheral vision. The first time I stayed overnight, I woke up around 2 in the morning to someone whispering my name. It wasn't a dream. I was fully awake, staring at the ceiling of the guest room, when I heard it clear as day, my name whispered right next to my ear, using my friend's voice. But she was asleep in her room down the hall. I know because I got up to check, heart pounding so hard I could hear it. That was just the beginning. Over the next few months, it became a regular occurrence. We'd be sitting in the living room watching TV, and one of us would hear our name called from the kitchen in the exact voice of the person sitting right beside us. Sometimes we'd hear footsteps upstairs when nobody was up there. My friend's daughter, who was only 4 at the time, started waking up screaming at precisely 3:30 every morning. Not 3:25, not 3:35. Always 3:30 like clockwork. One night my friend set up a video camera in the hallway outside her daughter's room, hoping to catch whatever was waking her up. What we saw the next day made my blood run cold. Just before the screaming started, the footage showed what looked like a pair of legs. Just legs, no visible upper body, walking past the small lamp they kept on in the hallway. They weren't solid legs, more like shadowy outlines, but they moved with purpose, stopping right outside the daughter's door seconds before the screaming began. But the thing that disturbed me most about that house, the part that still makes my stomach clench when I think about it, was the pantry under the stairs. It was this small, cube-like space accessed through a door in the hallway near the kitchen. The door itself was distinctive, tall, white, with 4 panels and this old-fashioned hook and eye latch that would make a satisfying click when you secured it. Inside was just shelving for canned goods and household supplies, nothing special. But the feeling in there, God, I can still feel it if I let myself remember. Every time I had to go into that pantry, I'd take a deep breath first, like I was about to dive underwater. The air inside was always noticeably colder than the rest of the house, regardless of the season. And there was this overwhelming sense of being unwelcome, like I was intruding in a space that wasn't meant for me. Like something was waiting there, perfectly still, watching me grab whatever I needed before hurrying back out. I remember one specific time I needed to get some paper towels from the pantry. My friend was cooking dinner, her daughter was coloring at the kitchen table, and I offered to grab them. I unhooked the latch, pulled open the door, and literally felt the temperature drop as I stepped inside. The single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling seemed dimmer than it should have been, casting these weird shadows in the corners. I reached for the paper towels on the middle shelf and felt this pressure against my back, like someone was standing directly behind me, close enough that I should have felt their breath on my neck. I grabbed the paper towels and practically jumped out of that space, slamming the door behind me with shaking hands. My friend looked up from the stove and asked if I was okay. I must have looked as terrified as I felt. I just mumbled something about a spider and handed her the paper towels, but I avoided the pantry after that whenever possible. Fast forward to last month. I was visiting my friend. She moved out of that house years ago, thank God, and we were catching up, reminiscing about old times. Her daughter, now in her 20s, was there too. The conversation eventually turned to that old house, and we started sharing stories about all the weird stuff that had happened there. Her daughter mentioned the 3:30 screaming episodes, which she has no memory of, but has heard about her whole life. My friend said, "Oh, I've got photos from that house somewhere," and disappeared into her bedroom, returning a few minutes later with a shoebox full of old photos. We started looking through them, laughing at our dated hairstyles and clothes, when I came across a picture of the hallway leading to the kitchen. "Oh man, remember that creepy pantry?" I said, pointing to the wall where the door should have been. But there was no door in the photo, just a continuous expanse of wood paneling. I frowned, assuming it was just the angle of the shot. I flipped through more photos, looking for one that showed the pantry door. There were several more shots of that hallway from different angles, taken over the years they lived there. None of them showed a door, not a single one. "Where's the pantry door in these?" I asked, a chill running down my spine despite the warm room. My friend looked confused. "What pantry door?" "The door to the pantry under the stairs, the white one with the hook latch." She took the photos from me, examining them closely. There wasn't a pantry under the stairs. There was just a small closet in the kitchen for brooms and stuff. I looked at her daughter, who was staring at the photos with a strange expression. "You remember the pantry, right?" I asked her. "The cold one under the stairs." She nodded slowly. "Yeah, I used to hate going in there. It always felt like someone was watching me." My friend's face went pale. She looked back at the photos, then at us. "What are you two talking about?" "There was no pantry under the stairs in that house. Look at the photos. There's no door there, just wall." We spent the next hour going through every single photo from that house. There were dozens of them, spanning the entire 5 years they lived there. Many included that hallway, that specific wall where I vividly remembered a white-paneled door with a hook latch. But in every single photo, there was nothing but unbroken wall. "This doesn't make sense," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "I remember going into that pantry. I can describe every detail of it. The shelves, the bare bulb, the way the door would stick slightly when it was humid. I remember it too," her daughter said quietly. "I used to hide in there sometimes when playing hide and seek with my friends." My friend just kept staring at the photos, shaking her head. "This is impossible. I lived in that house for 5 years. I would remember a pantry under the stairs." But then she hesitated, a look of uncertainty crossing her face. "Wait, I do remember getting canned goods from somewhere, and there was that time we were looking for the flashlight during the power outage." Her voice trailed off, and she picked up another photo. This one a wider shot of the living room that included part of that hallway. Again, no door where I remembered one being. How could all three of us remember something that these photos show never existed? I asked, the question hanging heavy in the air between us. We sat in stunned silence for a while, each lost in our own thoughts. I felt dizzy, like the ground beneath me had suddenly become unstable. I remembered that pantry. I had opened that door dozens of times, felt that cold air wash over me, experienced that sense of unwelcome intrusion. It was as real to me as the chair I was sitting in, but the photographic evidence in front of us told a different story. Maybe there was a door, and it was covered up at some point, like during a renovation before these photos were taken, I suggested, grasping for some rational explanation. My friend shook her head. "These photos span all 5 years we lived there, from the week we moved in to the day we left. And look at the paneling. It's continuous, no signs of patching or repair. There was never a door there." The implications of what she was saying hit me like a physical blow. If there was never a door there, what had we been opening? What space had we been entering? What had been watching us from inside a room that apparently never existed? I suddenly remembered something else. The hook latch on the inside of the door. Why would a pantry door have a latch on the inside? I mentioned this to my friend, and her face went even paler. "I remember that," she whispered. "I got locked in there once. The hook somehow slid into place while I was inside, and I had to call for help. My daughter had to unhook it from the outside." Her daughter nodded, the memory clearly coming back to her. "I had to stand on a chair to reach it. You were panicking, saying it was hard to breathe in there." So now we had 3 people with clear, detailed memories of a pantry that, according to photographic evidence, never existed. 3 people who remembered opening a door that was never there, entering a space that couldn't have been there, experiencing the same cold, unwelcoming atmosphere. My friend suddenly stood up and went to her bookshelf, returning with a floor plan of the old house that had been included in the sale documents. We spread it out on the table, our hands shaking slightly. According to the floor plan, there was no space under the stairs. The area where I remembered the pantry being was solid wall, backed by the underside of the staircase. "This doesn't make any sense," I repeated, my voice barely above a whisper. "Unless—" My friend started, then stopped herself, as if afraid to voice what she was thinking. "Unless what?" I prompted. "Unless the house showed us what it wanted us to see. Remember all the other weird stuff that happened there, the voices calling our names in each other's voices, the shadow legs on the video. What if the house could, I don't know, change itself somehow?" It sounded crazy, but sitting there looking at photographic proof that my clear, detailed memories were impossible, it also felt like the only explanation that made any sense. The house hadn't just spoken to us using familiar voices. It had physically altered itself, created a space that didn't exist in objective reality, but that we could enter, interact with, even get trapped inside. "But we used that pantry," her daughter said, her voice small. "We put things in there. I remember Mom storing Christmas decorations on the top shelf. Where did those things go if the pantry wasn't real?" None of us had an answer for that. We sat in silence again, the photos spread out before us like evidence from a crime scene. After a while, my friend gathered up the photos and put them back in the shoebox. Her hands were steady, but her face was ashen. "I think that's enough reminiscing for today," she said, trying to sound light but failing. I left shortly after, my mind still reeling. On the drive home, I kept seeing that pantry door in my mind's eye, the white panels, the black hook latch, the way the knob felt cool to the touch. I remembered the sensation of stepping into that always cold space, the feeling of being watched, the pressure of something unseen standing just behind me. For nearly 20 years, I'd believed those experiences were real. I'd chalked them up to a haunted house, to negative energy, to any number of supernatural explanations. But now I had to face the possibility that the explanation was even more terrifying than ghosts or demons. The house hadn't just been haunted, it had been alive in some way, conscious, able to create and remove entire sections of itself at will. And it had created that pantry for a reason. It had wanted us to enter that space, to feel that cold, to sense that presence watching us. Why? What purpose did it serve? What would have happened if one of us had been locked in there longer, unable to call for help? I've spent the last month trying to make sense of this, researching similar experiences, looking into the history of that house. I haven't found any answers, just more questions. The previous owners are deceased. The house itself was torn down 5 years ago to make way for a small apartment complex. But sometimes late at night when I'm half asleep, I swear I can hear the click of that hook latch closing, can feel that cold air washing over me, and in those moments I'm gripped by a fear more profound than any I've ever known. Not just fear of what was in that pantry, but fear that some part of me is still there, trapped in a space that, according to all physical evidence, never existed at all. The most terrifying realization isn't that the house was haunted, it's that it could edit its own reality, creating doors and rooms where none should be, making 3 different people perceive and interact with a space that photos later proved was never there. It makes me question every memory I have of that place, every experience, every moment. And it makes me wonder what else in my life might not be as real as I believe it to be. The pantry under the stairs, the pantry that never existed, the pantry that I can still see when I close my eyes, can still feel when I remember the cold, can still fear when I think of what waited inside it, patient and still. The pantry that taught me the most frightening truth. That reality itself is not as solid as we think, and some places can bend it to their will, creating cracks where none should be, doors that open onto impossible spaces, and memories that defy photographic proof. Story 7. She came back for me. I've always been skeptical about ghosts and the afterlife. That is, until 2 weeks ago. What happened that day has completely changed how I see the world, and I still don't know how to process it. I keep replaying it in my mind, trying to convince myself there's some rational explanation, but there isn't. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. Heather was my best friend for 15 years. We met in college and just clicked in that way that doesn't happen often in life. She was the person I called at 3 in the morning when everything felt wrong. The one who drove 6 hours just to help me move apartments. The one who held my hand through my divorce, my mom's cancer, everything. We had this running joke where she'd promise, "I'm never leaving you, even if you beg me to." I never thought I'd have to test that promise. I lost her 3 weeks ago, the night before Valentine's Day. I woke up in the middle of the night feeling like I couldn't breathe. It was this crushing weight on my chest, like someone was sitting on me. I was gasping, trying to suck in air that wouldn't come. At almost the exact same moment, my phone rang. It was strange timing, almost 4 in the morning. When I answered, it was Heather's wife on the other end, sobbing so hard I could barely understand her. Heather had died in her sleep. An aneurysm, they think. Quick and unexpected. She was only 42. I don't remember much of the conversation. I just remember sitting there in the dark, still struggling to breathe. But now, for an entirely different reason. My husband woke up and found me like that, phone still in my hand, making these awful gasping sounds that weren't quite sobs. The next few days passed in a blur. The funeral, the casseroles people kept bringing over, the well-meaning friends who didn't know what to say, but tried anyway. I moved through it all like I was underwater, everything muffled and distant. I couldn't cry anymore. It felt like all my tears had dried up and left this hollow space behind. My husband was worried about me. I hadn't left the house in days, hadn't showered, barely ate. Last Tuesday he suggested we go for a walk, just around the neighborhood. Fresh air might help, he said. I didn't want to, but I also didn't have the energy to argue, so I put on some clothes and followed him outside. It was one of those crisp, clear February afternoons. The sun was bright, but there was still a chill in the air. We walked slowly, not talking much. My husband pointed out a few things: new neighbors moving in down the street, someone's garden renovation, trying to engage me in normal conversation. I nodded and made the right sounds, but I wasn't really there. We'd been walking for maybe 20 minutes when it started. I felt this weird tingling in my legs, like pins and needles, but more intense. It started in my feet and moved upward. I've had panic attacks before, but this was different. My legs were going numb. Actually numb, like they were disappearing from underneath me. I tried to tell my husband something was wrong, but my tongue felt thick and heavy in my mouth, the words coming out slurred. The world around me started to narrow. my peripheral vision closing in like I was looking through a tunnel that was getting smaller by the second. I knew I was about to fall. I was desperately looking around for somewhere safe to land when I saw her. Heather was standing about 10 feet ahead of us on the sidewalk, just standing there in her favorite cut-off jean shorts and that faded Grateful Dead t-shirt she'd owned forever. Her curly hair was pulled back in a messy bun, exactly how she always wore it. She was smiling at me, that wide, slightly crooked smile I would know anywhere. Her hand was outstretched toward me, like she was waiting for me to take it. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. My best friend, who I had watched being lowered into the ground 5 days earlier, was standing in front of me in the bright afternoon sunlight. She looked so real, so solid, not transparent or ghostly at all, just Heather, as alive and vibrant as she'd ever been. I heard her voice, clear as day. "Come on, baby, I'll hold you." The strange thing was, her lips didn't move. The words just appeared in my head, in her voice, with all her usual warmth and that slight southern drawl she never could shake. In that moment, I didn't question it. My body was failing me. The world was closing in, and Heather was there, offering help. Of course I went to her. I forced my numb legs to move, stumbling forward, my arm outstretched to meet hers. I vaguely heard my husband behind me, asking what I was doing, who I was talking to, but his voice seemed to come from very far away. All I could focus on was Heather, her hand reaching for mine, her smile encouraging me forward. I was almost there. Our fingertips were inches apart. I could almost feel the warmth of her skin. And then, in an instant, she was gone. Not like she'd turned and walked away, but like a reflection in water that suddenly dissipates when the surface is disturbed. One moment she was there, solid and real, and the next, nothing but empty air. The shock of her disappearance was the final straw for my failing body. My legs gave out completely, and I collapsed onto the sidewalk. As I fell, the world went dark around the edges, closing in until there was nothing left but a pinprick of light. And then even that was gone. I don't know how long I was unconscious. It couldn't have been more than a minute or two. I came to with my husband kneeling beside me, his face pale with fear, phone pressed to his ear as he gave our location to emergency services. My head was throbbing where it had hit the concrete. I could taste blood where I'd bitten my tongue. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the emotional gut punch of what had just happened. I had seen Heather. I had almost touched her, and in the moment before she vanished, I'd seen something in her eyes. A sadness, an apology, like she knew she couldn't stay. I tried to tell my husband what I'd seen, but the words wouldn't come out right. My speech was still slurred, and I think he assumed I was confused from hitting my head. He just kept telling me to lie still, that help was coming. The ambulance arrived with its harsh lights and wailing siren. The paramedics were efficient and kind, asking me questions, checking my vitals, loading me onto a stretcher. My husband answered most of their questions for me, explaining that I'd been under extreme stress, that I'd lost my best friend recently, that I hadn't been eating or sleeping well. They thought I'd had a seizure, possibly triggered by stress and exhaustion. They were concerned about the head injury and wanted to take me to the hospital for tests. I let them strap me in, place an oxygen mask over my face, start an IV. All the while, I kept replaying those moments in my mind. Heather standing there, her hand reaching for mine, her voice in my head. It wasn't a hallucination. It wasn't my brain misfiring due to stress or lack of sleep. I know what those feel like, and this was different. This was real. As real as the paramedic taking my blood pressure, as real as my husband holding my hand in the back of the ambulance. In the chaos of the emergency room, the doctors, the tests, the concerned nurses. I kept thinking about the strange dual certainty I'd felt in that moment on the sidewalk. I had needed Heather to help me through the crisis, and somehow, impossibly, she had come. She had crossed whatever barrier separates the living from the dead to be there when I needed her most. The doctors eventually diagnosed me with something called a complex migraine with aura, a neurological event that can mimic a stroke or seizure, causing numbness, vision changes, difficulty speaking. They said the stress of grief likely triggered it. They gave me medication, told me to rest, to see my regular doctor for follow-up, to consider grief counseling. What they couldn't explain, what no medical diagnosis could account for, was Heather, standing there in her Grateful Dead shirt, reaching for me, speaking to me without moving her lips. When we finally got home from the hospital that night, my husband was gentle but firm. He thought I'd had a grief-induced hallucination, a combination of the neurological event, extreme stress, and lack of sleep had made me see what I desperately wanted to see, my best friend, alive and well. He suggested maybe I should talk to someone professional about it. I nodded and agreed, not because I believed him, but because I knew there was no point arguing. How could I explain the absolute certainty I felt? How could I make him understand that what I experienced wasn't just some misfiring neurons or wishful thinking? In the ambulance, listening to the paramedics discuss my condition, hearing my husband explain my recent loss to the doctors, I'd been struck by how small and insignificant their concerns seemed compared to what had just happened. They were worried about my physical body, about brain chemistry and blood pressure and oxygen levels. But I had just reached across the divide between life and death and almost touched the hand of someone I'd lost. The disbelief of the living, their need to explain away what they couldn't understand, seemed like the least important noise in the universe. 2 weeks have passed since that day. The migraines have subsided with medication. I'm sleeping better, eating regularly. I've even started grief counseling, not because I think I imagined Heather, but because I need to process what it means that I didn't. I haven't told the therapist about seeing Heather. I'm not ready to have that experience analyzed and explained away. For now, I'm keeping it close, this precious, terrifying knowledge that death might not be the end, that the connections we form in life can somehow transcend the physical world. Sometimes at night, when the house is quiet and my husband is asleep beside me, I whisper to Heather. I tell her I miss her. I thank her for coming when I needed her. I ask her if she's still around, still watching over me. So far, she hasn't appeared again, hasn't answered in any way I can perceive. But I keep talking to her anyway. Yesterday, I was alone in the house, sorting through some old photos of us for a memorial project. There was one from a camping trip we took 5 years ago. Heather in that same Grateful Dead shirt, arm around my shoulders, both of us laughing at something now forgotten. As I looked at it, every light in the living room flickered once, twice, then steadied. It could have been a power surge, a coincidence. That's what my husband would say, what the doctors would believe, what most rational people would think. But I know better. I know that in my moment of crisis, when my body was failing and my consciousness slipping away, Heather came back for me. She tried to catch me as I fell. And even though our hands never touched, even though she vanished before I could reach her, she was there, real, present, keeping her promise. I'm never leaving you, even if you beg me to. I don't know what happens after we die. I don't know if everyone gets to come back, or just some, or if Heather was a special case because of who she was, because of our connection. All I know is that the barrier between here and whatever comes next isn't as solid as we think, and sometimes when someone loves you enough, they find a way through. Story 8. The Impossible Fire. I've been trying to process what happened last Tuesday for almost a week now, and I still can't make sense of it. I know what I saw. I know what I experienced. But the way it ended defies any logical explanation, and I find myself questioning everything I thought I knew about how the world works. I have severe pulmonary fibrosis. For those who don't know what that is, basically my lungs are slowly filling with scar tissue, making it harder and harder to breathe. I've been on oxygen for about 3 years now, and I've gotten used to the routine, the constant hissing of the machine, the plastic tube in my nostrils, the limitations it puts on my life. My husband and I have had to adapt, but we've made it work. One thing that's helped me cope with my condition is my animals. We have 6 dogs and 3 cats, and they've been my constant companions through all of this. The dogs keep me active. I may move slowly, but I still walk them around our fenced yard every day. The cats are more like furry hot water bottles, always curling up next to me when I need to rest. One of our cats, a grey tabby, had a litter of kittens just 2 weeks ago. 5 tiny little things, still with their eyes closed, making those small mewling sounds that just melt your heart. Last Tuesday, my husband had to go into the office for a meeting. He normally works from home to help take care of me, but sometimes he can't avoid going in. He left around 9 in the morning, promising to be back by noon. I was feeling okay that day, not great but not terrible either. I had a doctor's appointment in the afternoon, so I was planning to get myself ready while he was gone. I was in our bedroom, gathering clothes for after my shower. I disconnected my oxygen for a few minutes, which I do sometimes for short periods, when I need to move around more freely. It's not comfortable, but I can manage for a little while if I take it slow. My portable oxygen tank was on the floor beside the bed, where I'd set it down temporarily. That's when I noticed a flickering light reflecting off the wall. At first, I thought it was just sunlight bouncing off something, but when I turned to look, I saw sparks coming from behind my nightstand. We had a power strip plugged in back there for my oxygen machine, phone charger, and a few other things. I immediately felt that surge of adrenaline you get when you know something is very wrong. I moved the nightstand to get a better look, and that's when I saw that the power strip was smoking. The plastic around one of the outlets had melted, and the cord connected to it was starting to burn. As I watched, horrified, a small flame appeared where the cord met the strip. My first instinct was to unplug everything, but when I reached for the power strip's plug, I realized it was too hot to touch. The flame was growing larger, feeding on the plastic coating of the cord. I tried to smother it with a pillow, but that was a mistake. The synthetic material caught immediately, and now the fire had more fuel. I dropped the burning pillow in panic, and it fell right next to my portable oxygen tank. That's when real fear hit me. Fire and pure oxygen, a potentially explosive combination. I grabbed the tank and moved it away from the flames, but in doing so, I knocked it over. The regulator valve hit the floor hard, and suddenly oxygen was hissing out rapidly, flooding the area around the growing fire. Within seconds, the small flame became a larger one, catching the edge of the carpet. I watched in horror as it spread to the bed skirt, then under the bed itself. The fire was now between me and the bedroom door. I grabbed my phone to call 911, but in my panic, I fumbled and dropped it directly into the flames. It was gone in an instant. My breathing was already getting labored from the exertion and stress, and without my oxygen, I could feel my chest tightening. I knew I had minutes, maybe, before I wouldn't be able to function at all. And I had 9 animals in the house who were depending on me. The dogs had started barking from the living room, sensing that something was wrong. The mother cat and her kittens were in a box in the corner of the bedroom, and I could hear her anxious meowing as smoke began to fill the room. I had to make a choice. I couldn't get all the animals out in time, not in my condition, not without help. I couldn't even reach the mother cat and her kittens without going through the fire that was now consuming the side of the bed. The smoke was getting thicker, making it even harder to breathe. I ran to the bathroom, grabbing anything that could hold water, cups, bottles, the small trash can. I filled them all as quickly as I could, then rushed back to the bedroom and started throwing water on the flames. It wasn't enough. The fire had reached the mattress now, and I could see it eating through the top layer into the foam inside. The smoke was getting unbearable. Each breath felt like inhaling broken glass, and my vision was starting to blur around the edges. But I couldn't stop. I kept running back and forth from the bathroom, throwing water on the fire, trying to reach the part of the mattress where flames were now visible inside, burning through the foam core. In desperation, I shoved my hands into the gap between the mattress and box spring, trying to pull out handfuls of burning foam. The pain was immediate and intense, burning synthetic material sticking to my skin, melting into my flesh. But I managed to grab several chunks of the burning material and drop them into a metal waste bin I'd filled with water. One of my dogs, a small Chihuahua mix named Bella, had followed me into the room and was standing at the edge of the spreading fire, frozen in fear. Her eyes met mine, and I swear she was asking me what to do. The other dogs were still barking from the living room, and I could hear the cats hissing somewhere in the hallway. I knew I was losing the battle. The fire was spreading faster than I could fight it, and I couldn't breathe. Black spots were dancing in my vision, and I felt that terrifying lightheadedness that comes right before passing out. I fell to my knees beside Bella, the smoke now so thick I could barely see across the room. In that moment, I knew I wasn't going to make it. I couldn't save my animals. I couldn't even save myself. With the last bit of strength I had, I gathered Bella into my arms and crawled away from the worst of the flames to the corner furthest from the bed. I curled around her, trying to shield her with my body, and whispered into her fur, "Someone, please, don't let us go." I don't know if I actually passed out. The next thing I remember is hearing my husband's voice calling my name. He wasn't supposed to be home yet. His meeting should have lasted at least another hour, but there he was, suddenly in the room, pulling me up from the floor, dragging me out into the hallway. "The animals!" I gasped, my voice barely audible. "Save the animals!" He propped me against the wall in the hallway and ran back into the bedroom. I could hear him calling to the dogs, could hear things being moved around. Through the open doorway, I could see the flames still consuming the bed, smoke billowing up to the ceiling. With effort that made my lungs feel like they were tearing apart, I pulled myself up and staggered to the kitchen. I filled a large pot with water and somehow made it back to the bedroom. My husband had gotten the mother cat and her kittens out, as well as the dogs, but the fire was still raging. "It's still burning," I choked out, stumbling back into the room with my pot of water. But when I got close enough to throw it on the flames, I stopped short. The fire, which had been spreading rapidly just moments before, had changed. It wasn't growing anymore. In fact, as I stood there clutching my pot of water, I watched in disbelief as the flames grew smaller, shrinking in on themselves, as if being sucked back into the center of the mattress. Within seconds, where there had been a raging fire consuming the entire bed and threatening to engulf the room, there were now just a few small flames flickering on the charred remains of the mattress. And then, impossibly, they were gone. Not gradually dying out like a normal fire deprived of oxygen or fuel, but suddenly extinguished, as if someone had turned off a gas valve. My husband and I stood there in stunned silence, staring at the smoking ruins of our bed. The fire was completely out. Not smoldering, not waiting to reignite, just gone. As if someone had reached down and switched it off. "How?" my husband started, but couldn't finish the question. I shook my head, unable to speak. My lungs were screaming for oxygen, and the room was still thick with smoke. My husband seemed to snap out of his shock then, rushing to open windows before helping me to the living room where my backup oxygen tank was stored. Once I could breathe again, the questions started. How had the fire gone out so completely, so suddenly? It had been feeding on synthetic materials that should have burned until there was nothing left. There was no sprinkler system in our house, no fire extinguisher nearby. By all logic, that fire should have consumed the entire room, if not the whole house. And why had my husband come home early? His meeting had been cancelled at the last minute, he told me. Something about the client having a family emergency. If he hadn't come home exactly when he did, The next few hours were a blur of paramedics checking my burns and lungs, police taking statements, firefighters inspecting the damage and shaking their heads in confusion. They confirmed what we already knew. The fire had started with the faulty power strip, accelerated by the oxygen leak, and should have been much worse than it was. "You got lucky," one firefighter told us. "Real lucky. Fires like this, with these materials, with oxygen involved, they don't just go out on their own." But this one had. We all saw the evidence. A partially burned mattress, scorched carpet, melted plastic and smoke damage on the walls and ceiling. But no active fire, not even embers. Nothing that made sense to the professionals who deal with fires every day. As the emergency personnel finally left and my husband settled the animals in the spare bedroom, I sat on our couch, staring at my bandaged hands, trying to make sense of what had happened. I kept coming back to that moment when I'd given up, when I'd held Bella and whispered that desperate plea into the smoke-filled air. "Someone, please don't let us go." Had someone or something heard me? Had something intervened in a way that defied explanation? My husband thinks the fire simply ran out of oxygen in the room, or that it hit a patch of fire-resistant material in the mattress. He's looking for rational explanations because the alternative is too unsettling to consider. But I was there. I saw how the flames didn't just die down, they retreated, pulled back like water down a drain. That's not how fires behave. That's not how physics works. It's been 6 days, and I still can't shake the feeling that something impossible happened in that room. Something that saved not just me and my animals, but potentially our neighbors too. Our house is in a row of connected townhomes, and a serious fire could have spread to multiple homes. The insurance adjuster who came yesterday was also baffled. He kept looking at the burn patterns, taking photos, asking questions about the timeline. "In my 20 years doing this job," he finally said, "I've never seen a fire stop itself like this, especially not with the accelerants you had in the room." I didn't tell him about my whispered plea, or the way the fire seemed to be sucked away by an invisible force. Some things are too personal, too inexplicable to share with strangers. But I keep turning it over in my mind. This impossible event that saved us all. Was it luck? A freak accident of physics? Or something else entirely? I don't have answers, just questions and a profound sense that the world is stranger and perhaps more responsive than we generally believe. My burns are healing slowly. The bedroom is being repaired. The animals are all fine, though Bella has been sticking to me like glue, unwilling to let me out of her sight for even a moment. Life is moving forward. But sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet and I'm lying awake listening to my oxygen machine hiss, I find myself whispering thank you to the empty air. Because the most terrifying realization wasn't the fire itself, or how close we came to tragedy. It was understanding that sometimes help comes from places we can't see or understand. That sometimes what saves us doesn't use a hose or an extinguisher. It just quietly turns off the flames and slips away, leaving us to wonder what exactly reached down to help when we needed it most. Story 9. The Heart in the Snow. I've never been one to put much stock in the supernatural. Dreams are just your brain processing the day. Coincidences are just that. Coincidences. At least that's what I believed until last winter, when something happened that I still can't explain. Even typing this out makes my hands shake a little. I've tried to rationalize it 1,000 different ways, but nothing makes sense. It was the middle of January, about 3 months ago. We'd had this massive snowstorm the night before, the kind where you wake up and everything is buried under almost a foot of fresh powder. I remember looking out our bedroom window that morning and seeing nothing but white, pristine snow covering everything. No footprints, no tire tracks, nothing had disturbed it yet. The night before, I'd had this incredibly vivid dream. Usually I forget my dreams within minutes of waking up. but this one stuck with me in perfect detail. In the dream, I was sitting in my mother-in-law Sarah's living room. It was bright and sunny, and the room was filled with people I didn't recognize. They were all passing around this wooden bowl, looking inside it, and then passing it to the next person. The atmosphere wasn't tense or scary. It felt more like some kind of casual gathering or ceremony. The strange part was that my husband's father was there too. I've never actually met him in real life. He passed away before my husband and I started dating, so I only know what he looked like from photographs. But in this dream, he was as clear and detailed as if I'd known him my whole life. He was wearing a flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and he had this small scar on his chin that I've noticed in some of the old photos. In the dream, the wooden bowl eventually made its way around to him. He looked inside, nodded as if confirming something, then reached in and pulled something out. Then he got up, walked across the room to where I was sitting, and placed a small, heart-shaped object in my hand. It was made of glass, deep purple in color, and about the size of a plum. It was solid and heavy in my palm, and seemed to almost glow from within. "Give this to Sarah for me," he said, and that was it. I woke up immediately after that. The dream was so vivid that I mentioned it to my husband over breakfast. He seemed amused by it, noting that his dad had been into art and collectibles, though he didn't specifically remember any glass hearts around the house growing up. We laughed it off, and I didn't think much more about it. Later that morning, my husband got a call from Sarah. The snowplow had created this massive wall of compacted snow at the end of her driveway, and she couldn't get her car out. My husband had meetings all day, so I volunteered to go help her dig out. He also suggested I bring her back to our place for the day, since the forecast was calling for more snow that night, and he didn't like the idea of her being alone if the power went out. I bundled up in my warmest clothes, grabbed a shovel, and headed out. The roads were barely plowed, and the normally 20-minute drive to Sarah's house took almost an hour of white-knuckle driving. When I finally pulled up to her house, the snow in her front yard was completely untouched, a perfect blanket of white. The plow had indeed left a wall of packed snow about 4 feet high, blocking her driveway. I parked on the street and started trudging through the deep snow toward her front door. That's when I saw it. A tiny flash of color against all that white, something purple half buried in a snowdrift near the steps to her porch. If the sun hadn't hit it at just the right angle, making it glint for a moment, I would have walked right past it. Curious, I veered off the rough path I was making and waded toward that spot of color. I reached down, pushing my gloved hand into the snow, and felt something solid. When I pulled it out and brushed away the clinging snow, I literally stopped breathing for a second. It was a heart. A small, purple glass heart, exactly like the one from my dream. I stood there frozen, staring at the object in my hand. The snow around it was perfectly smooth and undisturbed, with no footprints or marks that would suggest how it got there. The heart was cold, obviously, but otherwise exactly as I'd seen it in my dream. Deep violet in color, solid, about the size of a plum, with a smooth, polished surface. My first thought was that I was still dreaming. I actually pinched my arm hard through my coat, felt the sharp pain. This was real. I was standing in my mother-in-law's front yard, holding a purple glass heart that matched the one my dead father-in-law had given me in a dream just hours earlier. My second thought was more rational. Maybe my husband had played some elaborate prank. But that made no sense. He'd been asleep when I had the dream, and I'd only told him about it after he woke up. He'd gone straight to work afterward, and there was no way he could have planted the heart in the snow. Besides, the snow was completely untouched. If someone had placed the heart there, they would have left footprints. I stood there for what felt like forever, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what was happening. The cold finally snapped me out of my daze. My fingers were starting to go numb, even through my gloves. I carefully tucked the heart into my coat pocket and continued to the front door. Sarah answered after my second knock. She was bundled up in a thick sweater, her silver hair pulled back in its usual neat bun. She thanked me for coming, complaining about the plough driver who had buried her alive that morning. She'd tried calling the city, but they said it would be at least 2 days before they could send someone to clear the driveway. I nodded and made sympathetic noises, but my mind was still reeling from what I'd found in the snow. Should I tell her about it? About the dream? It seemed crazy, the kind of thing that would make her worry about my mental health. But the weight of the glass heart in my pocket felt impossible to ignore. Sarah made us both tea while I warmed up in her kitchen. Her house was always immaculate, every surface dusted, every item in its proper place. The walls were lined with photographs of her late husband, of my husband as a child, of their extended family. I'd seen them all hundreds of times before, but now I found myself studying the photos of my father-in-law, comparing them to the man in my dream. When Sarah set a steaming mug of tea in front of me, I finally worked up the courage to say something. Sarah, this might sound strange, but did your husband ever collect glass figurines? Specifically, hearts? She looked surprised by the question. Glass hearts? No, not that I recall. He was more into wooden carvings, birds mostly. Why do you ask? I hesitated, then reached into my pocket and pulled out the purple heart, because I found this in your front yard, buried in the snow. Her eyes widened as I placed it on the table between us. She reached for it slowly, as if it might disappear if she moved too quickly. Her fingers trembled slightly as she picked it up. Where exactly did you find this? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I explained where I'd spotted it, near the steps to her porch, half buried in untouched snow. I didn't mention the dream yet. That seemed like too much too soon. Sarah turned the heart over in her hands, examining it from all angles. It's beautiful, she said, but I have no idea where it came from. No one's been able to get up my driveway since the snow started yesterday. I watched her face carefully, looking for any sign of recognition, any hint that she might know more about the heart than she was letting on. But she seemed genuinely perplexed. Finally, I couldn't hold back anymore. I had a dream about this heart last night, I said, the words tumbling out. I dreamed I was sitting in your living room and your husband was there. He gave me a purple glass heart exactly like this one and told me to give it to you. The color drained from Sarah's face. She set the heart down on the table with a soft click. For a long moment she just stared at it, her expression unreadable. Then she looked up at me, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Today is our anniversary, she said quietly. Would have been 43 years. I hadn't known. My husband hadn't mentioned it, probably because he was so swamped with work lately. A wave of guilt washed over me. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Sarah shook her head, cutting me off. It's okay. It's been 7 years since he passed. Sometimes I think I'm the only one who remembers the date anymore. She picked up the heart again, cradling it in her palm. You know, early in our marriage, before we had kids, we used to play this game. He would hide little gifts for me around the house, with riddles to help me find them. Nothing expensive, just small tokens. One Valentine's Day, he gave me a tiny glass rose. I kept it on my nightstand for years, until it got broken during a move. As she spoke, she absently stroked the smooth surface of the purple heart with her thumb. I watched, mesmerized, feeling like I was witnessing something deeply private. Did you ever have a purple glass heart before? I asked gently. She shook her head. No, never. But purple was his favorite color. She looked up at me suddenly, her eyes intense. What else happened in your dream? Did he say anything else? I recounted the dream in detail, the living room filled with strangers, the wooden bowl being passed around, how real he had seemed, down to the smell of tobacco and aftershave. As I spoke, Sarah's expression shifted from skepticism to wonder to something like fear. That's exactly how he smelled, she whispered when I mentioned the tobacco and aftershave. And he did have a small scar on his chin, got it from falling off his bike as a boy. A chill ran down my spine. I hadn't known about the scar's origin. I'd only noticed it in photographs. And the flannel shirt with rolled-up sleeves, that was his at-home uniform, she continued. Winter or summer, it didn't matter. Always flannel, always with the sleeves rolled up. We sat in silence for a moment, both staring at the purple heart on the table between us. Outside, the wind had picked up, whistling around the corners of the house. "I should start shoveling your driveway," I said finally, standing up. "We should get going before the next storm hits." Sarah nodded, but she seemed distracted. She picked up the heart again, holding it close to her face, examining it in the light. "Can I keep this?" she asked. "Of course," I said. "It was meant for you." I left her at the table and went outside to tackle the snowbank at the end of her driveway. The physical labor was a relief, giving me something concrete to focus on instead of the impossible thing that had just happened. I shoveled methodically, creating a path wide enough for my car to get through, the repetitive motion almost meditative. By the time I finished, my arms were aching and sweat had soaked through my base layers despite the cold. I went back inside to find Sarah in her bedroom, packing an overnight bag. The purple heart was sitting on her dresser, catching the light. As she zipped up her bag, I noticed her hands were steadier now, her movements more purposeful. The initial shock had worn off, replaced by a kind of quiet determination. "Ready to go?" I asked. She nodded, picking up the heart and slipping it into her pocket. "Yes, I think so." The drive back to our house was quiet. Sarah stared out the window at the snow-covered landscape, occasionally touching her pocket where the heart was. I kept my eyes on the road, trying to focus on the practical challenges of driving in these conditions rather than the inexplicable event we'd just experienced. When we arrived home, my husband was still at work. I helped Sarah settle into our guest room, made her some lunch, and tried to act as if everything was normal. But nothing felt normal anymore. The boundary between dreams and reality had been breached, and I didn't know what to make of it. Later that evening, after my husband got home and we'd all had dinner, Sarah took the purple heart out of her pocket and showed it to him. "Your wife found this in the snow today," she said simply. My husband took it, turning it over in his hands with curiosity. "It's pretty," he said. "Where did it come from?" Sarah looked at me, a silent question in her eyes. It was my choice whether to tell him about the dream or not. I took a deep breath. "I had a dream last night that your dad gave me a purple glass heart to give to your mom. And then I found that exact heart buried in the untouched snow outside her house." My husband's expression shifted from curiosity to disbelief. He looked from me to his mother and back again. "You're serious," he said. Not a question, but a realization. I nodded. "The snow was completely undisturbed," Sarah added. "No footprints, nothing. And today is our anniversary." My husband sat down heavily, still holding the heart. The color had drained from his face so quickly, it was like someone had flipped a switch. "Then give it to her," he said, his voice thick with emotion. I can still see his face in that moment, the shock, the confusion, but also something else. A kind of awe, maybe, or fear. The recognition that something impossible had happened, something that couldn't be explained away by coincidence or rational thought. That night, lying in bed next to my husband, I kept going over it all in my head. The dream, finding the heart, Sarah's reaction. There was something electric about that moment. When I placed the heart on the table and saw the color drain from her face, when I realized we were both experiencing something that couldn't be explained away. "Do you think it was really him?" My husband whispered in the darkness. "Dad, I mean, do you think he found a way to send Mom a message?" I didn't know how to answer. Part of me wanted to believe it was possible, that love could somehow breach the barrier between life and death. Another part of me was terrified by the implications. If this was real, what else might be? I don't know, I said honestly, but it happened. Whatever it was, it happened. We lay in silence after that, both lost in our own thoughts. Outside, fresh snow was falling, covering the world in a clean white blanket, erasing all traces of what had come before. The Purple Heart sits on Sarah's mantle now. Sometimes when the light hits it just right, it seems to glow from within, just like it did in my dream. And sometimes, when I look at it, I can almost hear that voice again. Give this to Sarah for me. I still don't know how to explain what happened that day, how a dream crossed over into reality and left behind a cold, solid piece of purple glass. All I know is that some messages find a way through snow with no footprints, leaving only what's necessary behind. Story 10. The Man in the Doorway. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family. Even now, typing this out makes my hands shake a little. What happened to me at my high school in Ontario, Oregon, over 15 years ago, still haunts me. I can't explain it, but I know what I saw was real. For context, my high school was an older building, probably built sometime in the 1950s. It had that classic institutional feel. Tiled floors worn smooth by decades of sneakers, walls painted in those drab colors that were supposed to be calming, but just ended up looking depressing. The cafeteria was on the second floor, which was kind of unusual. Directly beneath it was this old auditorium that hadn't been used for performances in years. The school had built a newer, nicer auditorium in a separate wing, so the old one had been converted into storage space. I was a junior at the time, and I'd never given much thought to the layout of the school or its history. It was just the place I had to be 5 days a week. But I started noticing weird things that year, especially when I had to stay late for club meetings or study sessions. The first thing I noticed were the sounds. If you were in the cafeteria after hours, when the building was mostly empty and quiet, you could sometimes hear what sounded like distant singing coming from below. Not modern music, but more like a choir, multiple voices singing in unison. The first few times I heard it, I assumed it was the actual choir practicing somewhere in the building, with the sound traveling through the ventilation system or something. But then I checked the choir room one evening, and it was empty. Plus the sound had this strange, echoey quality to it, like it was coming from another time entirely. I mentioned it to a few friends, and most of them brushed it off. A couple said they'd heard it too, but figured it was just sound carrying from somewhere else in town. Nobody seemed particularly bothered by it except me. Then came that day in October. I'll never forget it. It was a Tuesday afternoon, and I'd volunteered to help put up posters for the Halloween dance. The art teacher had given me a stack of posters and a roll of tape and asked me to cover the upper hallways while some other students did the main floor. I'd finished most of the hallways and was working on the short corridor that connected the main upper hallway to a small supply room above the boiler room and girls' bathroom. It was an odd little space, rarely used except by custodians. The lighting was dimmer there. One of the fluorescent tubes was flickering and another was burnt out completely. The walls were this dingy beige color that had probably once been white, and there was always this faint smell of chlorine from the cleaning supplies stored nearby. As I was taping up a poster, I became aware of the sound of laughter echoing from somewhere nearby. It was muffled but distinct, several people laughing and talking, their voices bouncing off hard surfaces. I figured it was just some students in a classroom around the corner, but it had that same strange, distant quality as the choir sounds I'd heard before. Underneath the laughter, I could hear the deep mechanical rumble of the boiler directly below. It was a constant low drone that vibrated through the floor, making the hairs on my arms stand up. There was something unsettling about the combination of those sounds, the mechanical growl below and the ethereal laughter that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I was alone in that corridor, or at least I thought I was. The main hallway around the corner was empty. Most students had gone home, and the few still around were in supervised activities on the first floor. I remember thinking how weird it was that the school, normally so full of life and noise, could feel so abandoned and eerie in the late afternoon. As I was pressing tape onto the corner of a poster, I suddenly heard a voice right beside my ear. "Don't look up!" I nearly jumped out of my skin, whipping around to see who had spoken, but there was no one there. The voice had been so clear, so close, it was like someone had been standing right next to me, their mouth inches from my ear. And I recognized the voice immediately. It was Wyatt, a guy I knew from my history class. He had this weird habit of appearing and disappearing, quietly showing up when you least expected him. Several times he'd given me warnings about things, like the time he told me not to use the west stairwell because someone had spilled soda all over it, or when he suggested I avoid the cafeteria because the mystery meat was making people sick. But Wyatt wasn't there. The hallway was completely empty. "Wyatt?" I called out, my voice sounding small and muffled in the narrow space. No response. Despite the warning, or maybe because of it, I looked up. The doorway at the end of the corridor led to that small supply room above the boiler. The door was open, and framed perfectly in that doorway was the silhouette of a man. Not just any man, a figure that seemed to be cut from the darkness itself. He was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned bowler hat, and he was completely still, just standing there in the center of the doorframe. He was a perfect cutout of absolute blackness against the dim light of the room beyond. Not a person standing in shadow, but a shadow in the shape of a person. My blood turned to ice. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even blink. I backed up slowly until my back hit the wall, keeping my eyes fixed on the figure. Something deep and instinctive told me that if I looked away even for a second, he would move. And if he moved, it would be toward me. Time seemed to solidify around us, turning from a flowing river into a block of concrete. I don't know how long I stood there, pressed against the wall, staring at this impossible silhouette. It could have been seconds or minutes. All I know is that every instinct in my body was screaming at me not to move, not to make a sound, not to do anything that might draw that figure out of the doorway and into the hallway with me. I don't know what would have happened if we had stayed like that. Maybe nothing. Maybe something I can't even imagine. But suddenly, the spell was broken by the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs and a cheerful voice calling out, "Hey, class is over! Miss Harding is looking for those posters." It was another student from the dance committee. As she rounded the corner into the corridor, the shadow figure simply vanished. Not like it had stepped back or walked away, but like someone had taken an eraser to it, removing it from existence in an instant. One moment it was there, solid and terrifying in its stillness, and the next it was gone, leaving nothing but an empty doorway. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost, and maybe I had, because the girl stopped short and asked if I was okay. I mumbled something about feeling dizzy and needing some water. She helped me gather the remaining posters, and we went back downstairs together. I was shaking so badly I could barely hold on to the stack of papers. I didn't tell her what I'd seen. How could I? "Oh, I just saw a shadow man with a bowler hat standing in a doorway. And by the way, I heard Wyatt's voice warning me not to look up, but Wyatt wasn't actually there." She would have thought I was crazy. For the rest of the day, I felt like I was moving through a fog. The world seemed slightly off-kilter, like everything had shifted a few inches to the left when I wasn't looking. I kept replaying what I'd seen in my mind, trying to convince myself it was just a trick of the light, just my imagination working overtime in a creepy, poorly lit hallway. But I knew better. That figure had been there, and somehow Wyatt had known it would be there, had tried to warn me without being physically present. When I got home that evening, my mum could tell something was wrong. I was pale and distracted, barely touching my dinner. After some prodding, I finally broke down and told her what had happened. Not the full story. I left out Wyatt's disembodied warning, but I told her about the shadow man in the doorway. To my surprise, my stepdad Fred, who had been quietly eating his pot roast, put down his fork and looked up sharply. Was this on the second floor, near the old storage rooms? He asked. I nodded, a chill running down my spine at his sudden interest. Fred had attended the same high school 30 years before me. He was usually pretty tight-lipped about his school days, claiming not to remember much about them. But that night, he told me something that made my blood run cold all over again. There's something in that part of the school, he said quietly. Always has been. When I was a sophomore, I was helping the janitor move some equipment after a basketball game. We were up in that same hallway when I saw something, a shadow that shouldn't have been there. The janitor saw it too, told me not to look at it, to just keep walking. Said the school had been built on old ground and some things don't like being disturbed. My mum looked concerned, shooting Fred a look that clearly said he wasn't helping the situation. But I was hanging on his every word. Finally, someone believed me, someone who had seen what I had seen. Did it have a hat? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Fred nodded slowly. Like an old derby or bowler hat, yeah. You saw it too, didn't you? I nodded, feeling both validated and terrified. Whatever I had seen wasn't just in my imagination. It had been there 30 years ago, and it was still there now. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that black silhouette standing in the doorway, perfectly still, waiting. I kept wondering what would have happened if I'd moved, if I'd tried to run past it to the stairs. Would it have remained motionless, or would it have reached out with hands I couldn't see in the darkness? And I couldn't stop thinking about Wyatt's warning. How had he known? How had he spoken directly into my ear when he wasn't physically present? I'd always known Wyatt was a little odd, a little too quiet, a little too knowing about things he shouldn't have known about. But this was something else entirely. The next day at school, I looked for Wyatt. I needed answers. But he wasn't in history class, and none of the other students seemed to remember exactly when they'd last seen him. It was like he existed on the periphery of everyone's awareness. Present, but not present. Noticed, but not remembered. I avoided that upstairs corridor for the rest of the year. I'd take the long way around, even if it meant being late to class. I never volunteered to put up posters again, never stayed late if I could help it, and I never went near that supply room above the boiler. But sometimes, when I had to eat lunch late and the cafeteria was nearly empty, I'd hear them, those distant choral voices singing beneath my feet, echoing up from an auditorium that hadn't been used for performances in decades. Sometimes they sounded like children, sometimes like adults, but always with that strange, otherworldly quality that made the back of my neck prickle with goosebumps. I graduated and left Ontario, went to college in another state, built a life far away from that high school and its shadows, but the memory of that figure in the doorway has never left me. Sometimes I still dream about it, that perfect cutout of darkness, that absolute stillness, the certainty that if I moved, it would move too. A few years ago, I was back in Ontario visiting family and drove past my old high school. On impulse, I pulled into the parking lot and sat there, staring up at the windows of the second floor. It was summer, no students around, the building silent and waiting. For a moment, I thought about going inside, asking if I could look around for old time's sake. But then, as I sat there in my car, I saw something move in one of the upstairs windows. Just for a second, a dark shape passing by, too tall and too thin to be a normal person, and on its head, the unmistakable outline of a bowler hat. I started my car and drove away, hands shaking on the wheel. Some things are better left alone, better left undisturbed. The Shadow Man had been there before me, and he would be there long after I was gone. The school had been his before it was ours. To this day, I've never told anyone else about what I saw in that window. Not because I don't think they'd believe me, but because I'm afraid saying it out loud might somehow summon that presence, might turn its attention toward me once again. The certainty I felt in that corridor, that moving would draw it out of the doorway, has never left me. Some instinctive part of me knows that acknowledging it gives it power. But I've always wondered about Wyatt. Where he came from, how he knew the things he knew, why he looked out for me. Was he just an unusually perceptive kid, or was he something else entirely, something connected to the Shadow Man and the voices beneath the cafeteria? I never saw him after graduation, never heard what became of him. It's like he existed only in that time and place, a guardian or a guide for those who needed him. Sometimes I think about going back to Ontario, finding the school's old yearbooks, looking for Wyatt's picture. But another part of me is afraid of what I might find, or rather what I might not find. What if his photo isn't there? What if, like the Shadow Man, Wyatt was something not quite of this world, something that existed in the spaces between what we know and what we fear? All I know for certain is that on that October afternoon, in a dimly lit corridor of a small-town high school, I learned that the world is stranger and more frightening than most of us ever realize. I learned that sometimes the things we can't quite see are more terrifying than the things we can. And I learned that when a voice tells you not to look up, you should listen, because once you see what's waiting in the doorway, you can never unsee it. It stays with you, watching from the corners of your mind, patient and still, wearing its bowler hat, waiting for the moment when you forget to be afraid. Story 11. The Man Who Wasn't Quite There. I've always been able to see things others can't. It's not something I talk about much because, well, people tend to look at you differently when you mention seeing the dead. But what happened last week near the cemetery in Ontario, Oregon, has been weighing on me so heavily that I need to share it. Maybe writing it down will help me process what I experienced. Maybe someone out there has had a similar encounter and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. I was hanging out with some friends near the cemetery that borders the community college. It was around sunset, that golden hour when the light gets all soft and hazy. We weren't doing anything special, just sitting on the low stone wall that separates the cemetery from the street, swapping those urban legend stories that everyone tells. You know, the hook-hand man, the vanishing hitchhiker, all those classics, the kind of stories that give you a fun little chill, but that no one actually believes. I remember it was getting cooler, and I'd just put on my sweatshirt when I noticed him. An elderly man walking along the edge of the cemetery, moving with that restless energy of someone who's lost something important. He was wearing these old-fashioned farm clothes, not like a costume, but the kind of worn denim overalls and faded flannel shirt that someone who'd worked the land their whole life might wear. His hands were caked with dirt, like he'd been digging or gardening. At first, I didn't think much of it. Ontario is surrounded by farmland, and it's not unusual to see older folks who've spent their lives farming. But there was something about the way he moved, something about the quality of his presence that made me keep glancing back at him. He seemed, I don't know how to describe it exactly, disconnected from everything around him, like he was walking through a different version of the same place. My friends were deep in some story about a haunted stretch of highway, not paying any attention to the old man. I found myself making an excuse, needing to stretch my legs and walking toward him. I thought maybe he was confused, maybe he needed help finding his way home. It happens sometimes with elderly people, right? As I got closer, that's when the first wave of wrongness hit me. The air around him seemed thinner somehow, charged with a kind of electricity that made the hair on my arms stand up. It wasn't cold exactly, more like empty. a pocket of nothingness that moved with him. I called out a greeting, asking if he was okay, if he needed any help. He turned toward me, and that's when I knew with absolute certainty that I wasn't talking to someone who was fully in this world. It's hard to explain what I mean by that. He looked solid enough. I could see the weathered lines on his face, the grey stubble on his chin, even a small scar above his right eyebrow. But there was a transparency to him, not in the visual sense, but in a way I felt, rather than saw. Like he was here, but also somewhere else at the same time, stretched thin between two places. When he focused on me, his eyes widened with surprise, as if he hadn't expected anyone to notice him, let alone speak to him. That's when he asked, in a voice that sounded like rustling leaves, "Can you help me find it?" His voice had that same quality as his appearance, present but distant, like it was coming from both right in front of me and very far away. I should have been terrified. Any rational person would have turned and run back to their friends, but this wasn't my first encounter with something that exists in the in-between spaces of the world. And there was something so lost, so genuinely confused in his expression that instead of fear, I felt a deep sadness for him. "Find what?" I asked, keeping my voice calm and steady. He frowned, his forehead creasing with concentration. I can't quite remember. It's important, though. I know it's important." His hands, those dirt-covered hands, twisted anxiously in front of him. "Everything's changed. Nothing looks right anymore." I took a deep breath, centering myself. This kind of conversation can be disorienting if you're not careful. "Where did you last see it?" I asked. Simple, direct questions sometimes help spirits focus. "Near the hospital," he said, looking more animated. "There was a house there. The sisters lived in it." "Sisters?" I prompted. "The teaching sisters. They moved, though." His face clouded with confusion again. "They moved to the new buildings at the school. But I can't find my way there now. Everything's different." I knew immediately what he was talking about. Ontario's history includes a Catholic school that was originally run by nuns who lived in a house near the old hospital. That school closed in the 1960s, and the buildings were eventually incorporated into what is now the community college. The nuns' residence had been torn down decades ago to make way for a parking lot. This man, whoever he had been in life, was looking for something from at least 50 years ago. I was about to ask another question when I felt a presence behind me. Solid, warm, protective. I didn't need to turn around to know it was Wyatt. He has a way of showing up exactly when I need him, appearing silently at my side like a guardian. Wyatt is complicated to explain. We met in my freshman year of college, and from the beginning, there was something different about him. He sees what I see, sometimes even more clearly. He's appointed himself as my protector in these situations, stepping in when things get too intense. I'm not entirely sure he's completely of this world either, but that's a whole other story. The old man, the spirit, looked past me at Wyatt, his expression wary. I decided introductions might help ease the tension. "I'm Leah," I said gently. "This is Wyatt. He takes care of me." That was the simplest way to explain it. The old man nodded slowly, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. "Joshua," he replied. "My name is Joshua. I farm just outside town, the North Fields." He said it with the certainty of someone reclaiming a piece of themselves. "Joshua," I repeated, fixing his name in my mind. Names have power, especially with the dead. We won't force anything, I promise. We just want to help if we can. At my words, Joshua seemed to relax further, as if my promise had reassured him. And that's when something extraordinary and terrifying began to happen. As Joshua started to remember more details about his farm, about the town as it used to be, about the specific thing he was looking for, a pocket watch that had been blessed by one of the sisters, a gift for his wife. His appearance began to change subtly. It was like watching a faded photograph slowly regain its color and clarity. His outline became more defined, the details of his face sharper, his presence more solid. But at the same time, he was becoming less here. With each memory he reclaimed, he seemed to shift slightly out of phase with the present reality. It wasn't that he was fading away like you'd expect a ghost to do in movies. It was more like he was becoming more real, but in a different reality. One that was sliding away from mine. I glanced back at Wyatt, wondering if he was seeing what I was seeing. The grim set of his mouth told me he was. This wasn't a typical haunting or visitation. Something else was happening. Joshua was now talking more rapidly, the words tumbling out as memories returned to him. He remembered dying, a heart attack while working in his field, 73 years old, a good long life, he said. He remembered being buried in this very cemetery, but he'd been stuck, unable to move on because of the watch. It was meant to be passed down to his grandson, but it had been lost when the nun's house was cleared out. He'd been searching for it ever since, unable to find it, unable to rest. As he spoke, I became aware of an extraordinary sensation. The physical space around us seemed to be bending slightly, overlapping with somewhere or somewhen else. Through Joshua's eyes, I could almost see the town as it had been. The old hospital still standing where now there was a shopping center, the sister's house intact instead of a parking lot, the fields where Joshua had farmed, now covered with housing developments. "I think I know where your watch might be," I said, the realization coming to me suddenly. The community college had a small museum of local history with donations from the old Catholic school. It was possible the watch had ended up there when the nun's house was cleared out. I suggested we walk back toward my friends in the direction of the college, asking Joshua to follow us. As we walked, that strange sensation intensified. It felt like the path we were taking wasn't just the physical sidewalk under our feet, but a kind of metaphysical bridge between Joshua's time and ours. For a brief, dizzying moment, I felt like we weren't walking on asphalt at all, that the path between the old hospital site and the college was actually passing through us, through our very bodies, as if we ourselves were the connection between Joshua's past and the present. That's when I understood something profound and unsettling. The most frightening thing haunting that cemetery wasn't death itself. It was change. The transformation of places, the erasure of what once was, the disorientation of those left behind. Those were the real ghosts. Joshua wasn't just a spirit bound to earth by an unfinished task. He was a fragment of time that had been cut loose when the world moved on without him. We reached the edge of the cemetery, where my friends were still sitting on the wall, still sharing their made-up ghost stories, oblivious to the real one walking beside us. I knew they couldn't see Joshua. To them, it probably looked like Wyatt and I were walking alone, maybe talking quietly to each other. I stopped, turning to Joshua. "The college museum might have your watch. It's closed now, but we can come back tomorrow and look." Joshua nodded, but he was looking past me, toward the college buildings. His expression had changed to one of wonder mixed with sadness. "It's all so different," he murmured. Then his eyes focused on me again, suddenly sharp and clear. "But you helped me remember." That's the important part, isn't it? Remembering. Before I could respond, something shifted in the air around us. It was like a door opening, though I couldn't see anything. But I could feel it, a pathway leading somewhere else, somewhere Joshua was meant to go. Joshua felt it too. I could tell by the way his body straightened, by the sudden peace that settled over his features. "I think I can go now," he said softly. The watch doesn't matter so much anymore. Remembering was what I needed. I wanted to say something, to ask him what was on the other side of that invisible door, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I just nodded, feeling tears prick at the corners of my eyes. Joshua took a step back, and as he did, the strangest thing happened. For a split second, I saw not the elderly farmer in worn overalls, but a young man in his prime, standing tall and strong in clean work clothes, his face unlined, his eyes bright. He smiled, a full, joyful smile that transformed his entire being, and then he simply wasn't there anymore. The absence was sudden and complete. One moment Joshua was standing in front of me, the next he was gone, leaving not even a disturbance in the air. The only proof he had ever been there was the lingering sensation of that other time, that other Ontario that had briefly overlapped with ours. I turned to Wyatt, who was looking at the empty space where Joshua had been with an expression I couldn't quite read. "Did you feel it?" I asked quietly. "The way the times crossed?" He nodded, his eyes still fixed on that empty spot. "He found his way," he said simply. We walked back to my friends, who greeted us with questions about where we'd wandered off to. I made up some excuse about wanting to show Wyatt an interesting gravestone. They accepted it without question, returning to their stories of imaginary hauntings, never knowing that they'd been yards away from a real one. Later that night, unable to sleep, I looked up the history of Ontario online. In a digitized newspaper from 1958, I found a small obituary for a Joshua Miller, a farmer who had died of a heart attack in his north field at the age of 73. The obituary mentioned that he was known for his generosity to the Catholic school and the teaching sisters. I've been back to the cemetery twice since then, wondering if Joshua might reappear, but there's been no sign of him. I think he truly moved on, found whatever was waiting for him on the other side of that invisible door. But sometimes, when I walk past the old hospital site or through the college campus, I get a flash of something else, a glimpse of buildings that no longer exist, of people going about their lives in a version of Ontario from decades ago. And I wonder, how many layers of reality are there in any given place? How many ghosts are walking around us, not because they're trapped or vengeful, but simply because they're lost in a world that's changed beyond recognition? And how thin is the membrane between their time and ours? I don't have answers to these questions. All I know is that for a brief moment last week, I stood at the crossroads of two times and helped someone find their way home. And in doing so, I glimpsed a truth that's both beautiful and terrifying. That sometimes what we call hauntings aren't about death at all, but about the relentless march of change that leaves even the dead struggling to keep up. Story 12. The shadow that follows our blood. I've never been able to talk about what happened on my 10th birthday. Not really. I've tried a few times with therapists over the years, but I always end up holding back the worst parts. They already look at me like I'm making things up when I mention the woman who used to visit me, so I definitely can't tell them about the thing with the wings. But I need to get this out somewhere, even if no one believes me. What I saw that night changed everything I understood about the world and what lives alongside us. Let me start with some background. I grew up in Vale, a small town that most people have never heard of. My home life was complicated. My mum raised me mostly on her own after divorcing Joseph, my biological father, when I was 4. He would come around sometimes, but it was always tense. He had problems with alcohol, with holding down jobs, with his temper. Looking back as an adult, I can recognize the signs of someone struggling with serious demons, both figurative and, as I would learn on my 10th birthday, literal. I was a lonely kid, quiet, kept to myself, always felt like I was on the outside looking in. But I wasn't completely alone. From around age 6, I'd sometimes wake up at night to find a woman sitting on the edge of my bed. She was Native American, with long dark hair that she wore in 2 braids. She never told me her name, but she would smooth my hair with her hand when I was upset and tell me things would be okay. I know how that sounds, but she never scared me. She felt protective, safe. My mom never saw her. When I tried to talk about her once, my mom got this worried look on her face and scheduled me for a checkup with our doctor. After that, I kept the woman's visits to myself. Anyway, my 10th birthday fell on a Friday that year. My mom had planned a small party for the next day with a few kids from school, but on the actual night of my birthday, it was just going to be me and her having pizza and cake. Then Joseph called last minute and said he wanted to come by with a present. My mum wasn't happy about it, but she agreed, probably because she felt guilty that I didn't have many friends coming to my party. I remember feeling invisible that evening, like no one was really seeing me. My mum was stressed about Joseph's visit, cleaning the house even though it was already clean. And when Joseph finally showed up, he barely looked at me, just handed me a wrapped box, a model car kit that I never ended up building, and then immediately started talking to my mom about needing money. I went to my room, feeling this heaviness in my chest, like I might cry. I lay down on my bed, and that's when she appeared, the Native American woman. She sat on the edge of my bed like always, but this time she seemed more solid, more present than she'd ever been before. She stroked my hair gently and said something that stuck with me. Family is also a choice. It wasn't just her words, but the way she said them, like she was sharing an important secret. I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to raised voices from the living room. My mum and Joseph were arguing. This wasn't unusual, but something felt different this time. The air in my room felt strange, heavier, like right before a thunderstorm. I got up and crept down the hallway, staying hidden around the corner from the living room. Joseph was standing with his back to me, facing my mom, who was sitting on the couch. I could only see his silhouette, but something made me freeze in place. Behind him, towering over his shoulder, was another shape, a shadow that didn't match his body. It was tall, much taller than Joseph, with what looked like massive wings extending outward from its back. They weren't feathered wings like an angel, but more like bat wings, or those of some massive insect, thin and membranous. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was seeing things because I'd just woken up. But when I looked again, the shadow was still there, seeming to hover just behind and above Joseph, and then it turned what I can only describe as its head, and I saw 2 points of red light, like embers in a dying fire, where eyes should be. It saw me. I knew it saw me, because those red embers flared brighter for just a second, and I felt a cold sensation wash over me, like I'd been dunked in ice water. I must have made some sound, because Joseph turned around. "What are you doing up?" he snapped. But I wasn't looking at him. I was looking at the shadow that now seemed to be spreading its wings wider, stretching to fill the space behind him. And then something incredible happened. The Native American woman stepped out from behind me. I hadn't even realized she was there in the hallway with me. She moved to stand between me and Joseph, between me and that shadow thing. She didn't say anything, but her presence felt solid and immovable, like a boulder in a river. The shadow thing seemed to notice her too. It made no sound, but somehow I could feel its amusement, like it was laughing at her defiance. I got the distinct impression it enjoyed this, that our fear and the woman's protective stance were somehow entertaining to it. That's when I felt something rise up inside me, a kind of anger I'd never experienced before. Despite being terrified, despite the fact that my legs were shaking so badly I could barely stand, I heard myself say, "You won't touch anyone in this house." The words came out stronger than I expected, loud enough that both my mom and Joseph turned to stare at me. But I wasn't talking to them. I was talking to the shadow thing, and it knew it. It seemed to like that even more. It didn't speak, Not with words anyway, but I felt its response in my mind. I follow the blood. His blood. Your blood. Joseph was looking back and forth between me and the empty space to him where I was staring. "What the hell are you talking about?" he asked, but there was something in his voice, a tremor that suggested maybe, on some level, he knew what was behind him. Maybe he'd always known. And then something even stranger happened. I started hearing other voices, not from Joseph or my mum, but from all around us, seeming to come through the walls themselves. Some sounded like they were speaking languages I didn't recognize, Native American languages perhaps, but also what might have been early European settlers' accents. There were men's voices, women's voices, even children. It was like the entire house had suddenly become a crossroads where different times and people were meeting. I got the sense they were evaluating me, watching to see what I would do next. Like this was some kind of test or initiation that I hadn't been warned about. The shadow thing seemed to react to these voices. Its wings pulled in slightly, becoming more compact, though it didn't retreat. The red eyes remained fixed on me, burning with an intelligence that felt ancient and cold. I don't know where I found the courage, but I stood straighter and repeated myself, "You won't touch anyone here." Then, thinking of what the Native American woman had told me earlier, I added, "This is my family. My choice." The shadow thing's wings rustled, a dry, papery sound that somehow cut through the murmuring voices around us. I felt rather than heard its response, for now. Then it seemed to fold itself, collapsing inward like paper being crumpled, until it was just a dark spot over Joseph's shoulder, and then nothing at all. The voices faded too, like a radio being turned down gradually until there was just silence. The Native American woman gave me a small nod, her expression serious but also proud, before she too faded from sight. I was left standing in the hallway, facing my very confused father and mother. "What was that about?" my mum asked, looking concerned. Joseph, though, just stared at me with an expression I couldn't read. Then he turned away, muttering something about me being just like his mother, which was strange because I'd never heard him talk about his mother before. He left shortly after that, and things went back to normal, or what passed for normal in our house. My mom assumed I'd had a bad dream and was sleepwalking or something. I didn't try to convince her otherwise, but I knew what I'd seen, and more importantly, I knew it was still out there. Over the next few years, I occasionally caught glimpses of it, a wing-like shadow in the corner of my eye, a brief flare of red in a dark room. It always seemed to appear when Joseph was around, hovering near him like some grotesque guardian. I learned to be on guard during his visits, to watch for those signs. The Native American woman continued to visit me too, though less frequently as I got older. She never directly mentioned the shadow thing, but she taught me things: how to create boundaries in my mind, how to recognize when something was trying to influence my thoughts, how to stand firm in my own power. Looking back, I realized she was training me, preparing me for something. When I was 16, Joseph stopped coming around altogether. My mom said he'd moved to another state. I was relieved but also uneasy. I wondered if the shadow thing had gone with him, or if it was still out there, watching, waiting. Sometimes at night, I'd wake up feeling like something was perched on the roof of our house, its red eyes peering through my window. On my 18th birthday, I saw the woman for what would be the last time. She didn't say anything about leaving, but somehow I knew this was goodbye. She cupped my face in her hands and looked at me with such intensity that I had to fight not to look away. "You've learned to stand between," she said. "Remember that it will test you again. It is patient." I wanted to ask her so many questions: who she was, why she had protected me, what exactly the shadow thing was. But before I could, she was gone. Not fading gradually like usual, but just gone, like a candle being snuffed out. A week later, I received a letter. It was from Joseph's sister, an aunt I barely knew. Joseph had died, she wrote, found in his apartment after neighbors complained about the smell. The official cause was alcohol poisoning, but my aunt's letter hinted at something darker. He was found surrounded by strange symbols drawn on the floor, she wrote. The police said it looked ritualistic. I thought you should know, in case whatever he was mixed up in comes looking for family. I remember sitting on my bed, the letter trembling in my hands, feeling a cold certainty settle over me. Joseph had been trying to contain it, I realized, or control it. Either way, he had failed. That night, I woke to the sound of wings rustling outside my window, large wings beating slowly against the night air. I didn't open my curtains. I didn't need to. I knew what was out there. "I'm not afraid of you," I said into the darkness of my room, trying to make myself believe it. The beating of wings stopped. Then came a soft tapping on the glass, like claws or bony fingers. 3 taps, pause, 3 more taps. I got out of bed and stood facing the window, though I still didn't open the curtains. "You don't have permission to enter," I said, remembering the woman's teachings. "This is my space." A low sound came from the other side of the glass. Not quite a growl, not quite a laugh, but something in between. Then that voice in my head again. The one that wasn't really a voice at all, but thoughts that weren't mine. Permissions change, blood calls to blood. "Not my blood," I said firmly. "Not anymore." There was a long silence. I thought maybe it had gone, but then the temperature in my room plummeted. My breath came out in visible puffs, as if it were the dead of winter instead of a mild spring night. The curtains, though closed, billowed inward as if caught in a strong breeze, and on the wall opposite my window, cast somehow through the closed curtains, was a shadow, huge, winged, with those 2 points of burning red. It raised what looked like an arm, reaching toward me across the room. I should have been terrified. Part of me was. But another part, the part that had been learning and preparing for years, stood its ground. "I see you," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "I know what you are now. You feed on fear." The shadow on the wall seemed to grow larger, its wings expanding to cover nearly the entire surface. "But I'm not giving you mine," I continued, "and I'm not letting you take anyone else's either." Other voices joined mine then, whispers at first, then growing louder. The same voices I'd heard years ago on my 10th birthday. They weren't speaking English, but somehow I understood the sentiment behind their words. They were backing me up, reinforcing my stand. The shadow on the wall rippled, as if caught in a strong wind. The red eyes flared brighter for a moment, then dimmed. Not in defeat. I got the distinct impression this thing was incapable of being defeated in any permanent way, but in tactical retreat. The shadow folded in on itself again, shrinking until it was just a small dark spot on my wall, and then nothing at all. The temperature in my room gradually returned to normal. The voices faded away. I stood there for a long time, staring at the blank wall, half expecting the shadow to reappear. It didn't. Not that night. But I know it's still out there. I can feel it sometimes, especially on quiet nights when the world feels thin and permeable. I know now that the red eyes and massive wings that haunted my childhood weren't just a figment of my imagination or a manifestation of my fear of Joseph. They are something real, something that follows bloodlines, attaching itself to weaknesses, feeding on fear and despair. What I've come to understand is that some inheritances come in the form of companions, unwanted, uninvited, but persistent. The shadow thing followed Joseph, and now it watches me from a distance, testing my boundaries, waiting for a moment of weakness. But I also understand that I'm not alone in this fight. The Native American woman who protected me, the voices that rose up to support me, they're part of a longer struggle, one that's been going on for generations in different forms. So when I see those red embers glowing in dark corners, when I hear the rustle of wings outside my window at night, I remember to stand tall. I remember that some battles are inherited, but how we fight them is our choice. And I choose not to be afraid. Story 13. The Basement That Breathes. I've been living in this old house near Paraka for almost 2 years now. It sits at the base of the mountain range, isolated enough that my nearest neighbor is about a mile down the winding dirt road. The house itself isn't anything special from the outside, just a 2-story farmhouse built sometime in the 1930s with weathered white paint and dark shutters. But there's something about it that's never felt quite right, especially the basement. From the day I moved in, that basement has smelled like wet stone and secrets. That probably sounds dramatic, but I don't know how else to describe it. It's not just mustiness or the normal dampness you'd expect in an old basement. It's something deeper, more unsettling, like the air down there is heavier somehow, saturated with something I can't name. What's strange is that technically, I've never actually been in the basement. Not the main part of it, anyway. There's a wooden door at the bottom of the stairs that's been painted white along with the baseboard, almost like someone wanted to disguise it as just another part of the wall. The door has always been locked, and though I found keys to every other door in the house, I've never found one that fits this lock. I've told myself I should call a locksmith, but something always stops me. Some instinct that whispers maybe that door is locked for a reason. The only part of the basement I use is a small utility room accessed through a separate entrance from the kitchen. It houses the water heater and some storage shelves, but it's separated from the main basement by that painted door. I've tried not to think too much about what might be behind it. At least, that was my approach until last night. For context, I had some renovation work done last week. Nothing major, just updating the ancient electrical system that had been giving me problems since I moved in. The electricians finished on Tuesday, assuring me everything was up to code and working properly. But last night, around 10 o'clock, the lights started flickering. At first, it was just a slight dimming, then back to normal, then dim again. I figured it was just the system settling in, or maybe a minor issue with the power grid. But then all the lights in the house went out at once, leaving me in complete darkness. I wasn't particularly worried. Power outages happen occasionally out here when the weather's bad, and there had been a storm brewing all evening. I reached for my phone to use as a flashlight, but for some reason, it was completely dead, despite having been at 80% battery just minutes before. I felt my way to the kitchen drawer where I keep a flashlight, clicking it on and immediately feeling a bit better with its beam cutting through the darkness. That's when I noticed something odd. The digital clock on the microwave was still on, glowing green in the darkness. It read 3:33. I glanced at my watch, which showed just after 10. Thinking the power surge must have reset the microwave clock, I made a mental note to fix it later and headed toward the breaker box, which was located in that utility section of the basement. As I descended the stairs to the basement entrance, the temperature seemed to drop with each step. By the time I reached the bottom, I could see my breath fogging in front of me, which made no sense for a mild spring night. The beam of my flashlight seemed weaker down here, barely penetrating the darkness more than a few feet ahead. The utility room was even colder than the stairwell. The air felt dense, almost resistant as I moved through it. The breaker box was on the far wall, and as I made my way toward it, my flashlight beam swept across that white-painted door, the one that led to the main basement area. That's when I noticed something that made my skin crawl. The metal latch on the door was vibrating slightly, rattling against the strike plate like something on the other side was causing it to move. It wasn't violent or loud, just a subtle, continuous tremor that had no business happening on a still night with no one else in the house. I tried to ignore it, focusing instead on the breaker box. I found that several of the circuits had tripped, so I reset them one by one. As I flipped the last switch back into place, I heard it, a whisper coming from behind the white door, too muffled to make out words, but distinctly human in cadence. I froze, my flashlight beam fixed on the door, holding my breath to listen. The whispering stopped, replaced by a sound that was somehow worse. 3 short, distinct knocks on the other side of the door. Tap, 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 then silence. Then 3 longer knocks. Thump, thump, thump. It was as if whatever was in there was responding to my presence, to the sound of my footsteps, or maybe even my breathing. I remained perfectly still, not daring to move a muscle. The silence that followed was so complete, I could hear my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. Then my flashlight beam caught something else, a small hole in the wall near the door where the ancient plaster had crumbled away from one of the support beams. Despite every instinct telling me to get out of that basement immediately, curiosity pushed me toward that hole. I crouched down, shining my light into the gap. Inside the wall cavity, partially embedded in decades of dust, were several old marbles, the kind kids played with in the early 1900s. They caught the light of my flashlight and seemed to glow from within, their glass surfaces still vibrant despite being coated in grime. I reached in carefully and pulled one out. It was a deep blue, cat's eye style marble, cold to the touch and heavier than I expected. As I held it in my palm, I had a sudden visceral feeling that I was holding something that belonged to someone else, something that had been hidden deliberately. I carefully placed it back exactly where I'd found it, suddenly uncomfortable with having disturbed it. That's when the real terror began. As I straightened up, I heard distinct footsteps directly above me, heavy, measured steps crossing the living room floor. My blood ran cold. I was alone in the house. There couldn't be anyone up there. I switched off my flashlight instinctively, as if that would somehow make me invisible to whatever was walking around upstairs. In the pitch darkness, I heard the footsteps stop directly above where I was standing. Then they changed direction, moving toward the basement stairs. I backed away from the white door, pressing myself against the far wall of the utility room, eyes straining in the darkness. The footsteps descended the stairs slowly, each creak of the wooden steps perfectly audible in the silence. They stopped right outside the utility room door. For a moment, nothing happened. Then I watched in horror as the doorknob to the utility room began to turn, slowly, deliberately. It rotated all the way, but the door didn't open. It was as if whoever or whatever was on the other side changed their mind at the last second. The knob rotated back and was still. Just as I was gathering the courage to turn my flashlight back on, the electricity in the house surged back to life. The sudden brightness was almost painful after the complete darkness. But it lasted only for a second before everything went dark again. In that brief moment of light, I could have sworn I saw a shadow figure standing in the doorway, but it was so quick I couldn't be sure. My flashlight had also gone out when I switched it off, but now when I tried to turn it back on, nothing happened. I shook it, tapped it, but the batteries seemed completely drained. I was plunged into a darkness so complete, it felt like a physical presence pressing against my skin. That's when I felt it, a cold breath of air against my face, coming from the direction of the white door. It wasn't just a draft or a change in air pressure. It had rhythm. Inhale, exhale. It was synchronized perfectly with my own breathing, as if something on the other side of that door was matching me breath for breath. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even think clearly. The cold breath continued, getting closer, until it felt like it was right against my ear. Then a voice, not a whisper this time, but clear, articulate words that seemed to dissolve into the air as soon as they were spoken. Ainda não. I don't speak Portuguese, but somehow I understood the meaning immediately. Not yet. That broke my paralysis. I lunged for where I knew the utility room door was, fumbling with the knob in the darkness, yanking it open and practically falling into the stairwell. I scrambled up the stairs on all fours, not daring to look back, certain that something was right behind me. I burst into the kitchen, slamming the basement door shut behind me and leaning against it, gasping for breath. The kitchen was still dark, but the familiar shapes of my appliances and furniture were somehow comforting after the absolute blackness of the basement. As my eyes adjusted, I noticed something odd. The digital clock on the microwave was working again, its green numbers glowing in the darkness. It read 3:33, the exact same time it had shown before the power went out. I glanced at my watch again. It was now showing 10:47. I'd been in the basement for almost 45 minutes, though it had felt like only a few terrifying minutes. Just then, the power came back on for good. Lights blazed throughout the house. The refrigerator hummed back to life, and my phone, which I'd left on the kitchen counter, lit up with notifications. I didn't sleep at all last night. I sat in my living room with every light in the house turned on, jumping at every creak and settling noise. This morning I checked the breaker box again in daylight with another person on the phone with me the entire time. Everything looked normal. The white door was still closed, its latch no longer vibrating. The marble was still where I'd put it back. I told myself it was just my imagination running wild in the dark. The footsteps were just the house settling. The breath was just a draft. The voice was just my mind playing tricks on me. The clock showing 3:33 was just a coincidence. But then, around noon today, every clock in my house, the microwave, my watch, my phone, the old analog clock in the living room, suddenly stopped. When they started working again a few minutes later, they all showed the same time, 3:33. I'm writing this from a hotel 20 miles away. I don't know if I'm going back to that house. I don't know what's behind that white door in the basement, but I know that whatever it is, it's been waiting for something. And when it whispered, "not yet," I couldn't shake the feeling that the emphasis wasn't on yet, but on not, as if it was correcting me, letting me know that while it wasn't time now, that time was coming soon. The hotel room clock just changed to 3:33. I haven't slept in 32 hours. I think I can hear knocking coming from inside the wall beside my bed. 3 short taps, a pause, 3 long thumps, like something is trying to get my attention, like something followed me here. Story 14. The voice in the tunnel. I've lived in Ontario, Oregon my entire life. It's a small town, the kind where nothing much happens, where the biggest excitement is usually a new restaurant opening downtown. I know every street, every shortcut, every back alley, and I know which places to avoid, especially after dark. There's this pedestrian tunnel that runs underneath the railroad tracks that cut through town. It's nothing special, just a concrete passageway about 30 feet long and 8 feet high, with dim lighting and walls covered in years of graffiti. Most people use it to get from the residential area to the shopping center on the other side of the tracks. It saves about 15 minutes compared to going around to the nearest street crossing. I've been using that tunnel since I was a kid. During the day, it's fine, just a dingy concrete tube that smells faintly of urine and echoes with your footsteps. But at sunset, something changes. The air gets heavier somehow, the echoes sound different, and the shadows stretch in ways that don't quite match the light sources. I learned early on to avoid it around sunset. Last Wednesday, I broke my own rule. I needed to pick up some groceries, and I was running late. The sun was already starting to set, painting the sky in deep oranges and purples, but I figured I could make it through the tunnel and to the market before full dark. It was just a 5-minute walk through the tunnel after all. What could happen in 5 minutes? As I approached the tunnel entrance, I noticed something odd. There were chalk markings on the walls, arrows, symbols, what looked like crude drawings of eyes. This wasn't unusual in itself. Local kids were always tagging the tunnel, but I could have sworn these markings weren't there that morning when I'd passed through on my way to work. and they seemed deliberate somehow. The arrows all pointed inward, toward the center of the tunnel, not toward either exit like they usually did. I hesitated at the entrance, that old childhood wariness resurfacing. The tunnel looked darker than it should have, the lights inside dimmer than usual, but I could see the exit on the other side, a rectangle of fading daylight. 5 minutes, I told myself, just 5 minutes, and I'd be through. I took out my phone, turned on the flashlight app for extra illumination, and stepped inside. The temperature dropped immediately, not dramatically but noticeably, like walking into a basement on a hot day. My footsteps echoed off the concrete walls, creating that hollow, repetitive sound that always made me walk faster. About 10 feet in, my phone started acting strange. The compass app, which I hadn't even opened, suddenly appeared on my screen, and the needle began spinning wildly, like a top on a table. I tried to close it, but the screen froze. Then my flashlight app shut off, plunging me into the dim yellow glow of the tunnel's built-in lighting. I kept walking, picking up my pace. The exit was still visible ahead, still reachable. My phone was just glitching. It happened sometimes near the tracks when a train was coming, electrical interference or something, but there was no train. The tracks above were silent. That's when I heard it, the sound of footsteps. Not mine. These were coming from above me, on the tracks. Heavy footsteps like someone running, making the dust fall from the ceiling of the tunnel like a light rain. I looked up, half expecting to see cracks forming, but there was only the solid concrete with decades of water stains and cobwebs. The footsteps continued, crossing directly above me and then stopping. I had an irrational urge to call out, to ask who was up there, but something stopped me. Some deep instinct that warned me to stay quiet, to not draw attention to myself. I kept walking faster now, my own footsteps louder in my ears. The exit didn't seem to be getting any closer, though. It was like one of those dreams where you're running, but staying in place. "Hello," I finally called out, immediately regretting it. My voice echoed back, bouncing off the walls. "Hello, hello, hello." But then there was another echo, one that shouldn't have been there. It came from behind me, just 2 steps back. "Hello?" It was my voice, exactly my voice, with my exact intonation, but I hadn't spoken twice. I whirled around, heart pounding, but there was no one there, just the empty tunnel stretching back to the entrance, which now seemed very far away. I turned back toward the exit and broke into a jog. The sound of my running footsteps filled the tunnel, a panicked rhythm that only made my heart beat faster. The dim lights flickered, once, twice. The one in the center of the tunnel, right above me, went out completely, leaving a pool of darkness in the middle of my path. I slowed my pace as I entered that darker section, not wanting to trip. The air felt different here, colder, thicker somehow, like trying to breathe underwater. And in that heavy silence, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Breathing. Not my own labored breaths, but multiple sources of breathing coming from all around me. From the walls themselves, as if the concrete was somehow alive and respiring. I pushed forward, desperate to get out of that dark spot, to reach the light again. As I stepped back into the dim glow of the next working light, my phone suddenly came back to life in my hand. The screen lit up, illuminating my path for a few precious feet. Relief washed over me, short-lived and fragile. Then I looked up, toward the exit, and saw a silhouette standing there. A human-shaped darkness against the fading daylight outside. The figure was perfectly still, positioned right in the center of the exit. I couldn't make out any features except what looked like a rounded hat, like a bowler or derby, perched on top of the head. I froze, my momentary relief evaporating. The figure didn't move, didn't call out, just stood there blocking my path to safety. I took a tentative step forward, and the silhouette remained motionless. Another step. Still no movement. The sound of footsteps began again. Not from above this time, but from behind me. Slow, deliberate steps that matched my pace exactly, as if someone was walking in perfect synchronization with me, just a few feet back. "Don't look back," a voice whispered, so close to my ear I could almost feel the breath that should have accompanied the words. It was my voice again, using exactly my tone and cadence. I wish I could say I was brave. I wish I could say I kept my cool and reasoned my way through what was happening. But the truth is, panic took over. Panic. I broke into a full sprint toward the exit, toward the silhouette, deciding that whatever it was, getting past it and out of the tunnel was better than staying inside with the breathing walls and the footsteps and my own voice whispering to me. As I ran, the footsteps behind me accelerated too, keeping perfect time with mine. The breathing from the walls grew louder, more labored, like the tunnel itself was exerting effort. My phone went dead again, the screen going black in my hand. I was about 10 feet from the exit when I felt it, fingers brushing against my back. Cold, impossibly cold fingers that somehow passed through my coat and t-shirt to touch my skin directly. It wasn't a grab or a push, just a touch, as if whatever was behind me wanted to prove it could reach me if it wanted to. I burst out of the tunnel into the twilight air, not slowing down until I was a good 50 yards away. Only then did I turn to look back. The tunnel entrance was just as it always was. A concrete archway leading into shadow. No silhouette stood in the entrance. No one emerged behind me. Just an empty passage that looked deceptively normal in the fading light. My phone buzzed in my hand, coming back to life now that I was away from the tunnel. The screen showed I had 3 missed calls and the battery was nearly depleted, down to 15% from the 90% it had been at before I entered the tunnel. I walked to the market in a daze, my mind racing to make sense of what had just happened. I went through the motions of shopping on autopilot, grabbing items without really seeing them, jumping at every noise, constantly looking over my shoulder. By the time I finished, it was fully dark outside. I stood in the parking lot, grocery bags in hand, staring in the direction of the tunnel. There was no way I was going back through it. I'd take the long way home, walking the extra 20 minutes along the well-lit streets, even with the heavy bags. As I started walking, I noticed something that made me stop in my tracks. The streetlights along my path were flicking on one by one as the automatic timers activated them, all except for one, the one directly in front of the tunnel entrance on this side. It remained dark, creating a perfect circle of shadow exactly where the tunnel met the street. And in that darkness, I could just make out a shape, the same silhouette I'd seen before with the same rounded hat. It stood perfectly still, watching me from the shadows. I turned and walked in the opposite direction, taking the longest possible route home, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped my groceries several times. Every few minutes, I would glance back, half expecting to see the silhouette following me, but the streets behind me remained empty. When I finally got home, I locked all the doors and windows, drew the blinds, and sat in my living room with every light turned on until morning. I called in sick to work the next day, unable to face the thought of leaving my apartment. 2 days later, I forced myself to go back to the tunnel during broad daylight, when it was busy with people crossing from one side to the other. I told myself I needed to see it in the light, to prove to myself that it was just an ordinary tunnel, and my experience had been some kind of bizarre panic attack. Everything looked normal. The chalk markings I'd seen were gone, or perhaps had never been there at all. The lights were all working, even the central one that had gone dark. When I was inside, people walked through without hesitation, their footsteps echoing normally off the concrete walls. I made myself walk through it, sweating and nauseated, but determined. Nothing happened. My phone worked fine. No one whispered in my voice. No cold fingers touched my back. I was almost at the exit, relief washing over me, when I noticed something on the wall that made my blood freeze. A small chalk drawing, fresh and white against the dingy concrete. A simple bowler hat with an arrow pointing back into the tunnel. As I stared at it, my phone chimed with a notification. I looked down at the screen and saw a text message from an unknown number. It contained just 4 words: "Don't look back yet." I ran out of the tunnel and didn't stop until I reached a crowded coffee shop. I sat there for hours, too terrified to leave, too embarrassed to tell anyone what had happened. Eventually, I worked up the courage to look at my phone again, to check that text. It was gone. No record of it in my message history. The unknown number wasn't in my recent calls or contacts. It was as if it had never existed. I've been taking the long way around the tracks ever since, adding 20 minutes to my commute each way. Sometimes I see the chalk drawings on walls around town. Arrows, eyes, bowler hats, but they're always gone when I pass by again later. Sometimes my phone's compass app opens by itself and the needle spins wildly before the screen goes black. Sometimes, when I'm alone, I think I hear footsteps aligning perfectly with mine, stopping when I stop, starting when I start. Last night, I woke up at 3 in the morning to find all the lights in my apartment turned off, despite having left several on when I went to bed. As I fumbled for the lamp switch, I heard it, breathing, coming from all 4 walls of my bedroom, as if the very structure of the building was alive and watching me. Then my own voice, whispering from the darkest corner of the room, "Now you can look back." I haven't slept since. I'm writing this from a 24-hour diner 2 towns over, too afraid to go back to my apartment. I don't know what's happening to me. I don't know what was in that tunnel or why it chose me. All I know is that the tunnel doesn't just connect 2 parts of town. It connects to somewhere else, somewhere with rules different from our own. And whatever lives in that in-between place knows my voice, knows how to reach through my clothes to touch my skin, knows how to make the concrete breathe, and it's waiting for me to look back. Story 15. The House That Wanted to Talk. I've always been the skeptical type. When friends tell ghost stories, I'm the one pointing out how the footsteps in the attic are just the house settling, or how that ghostly figure was probably just a trick of the light. I've lived in my 2-story house in Asheville for almost 3 years now, and I've always found rational explanations for the occasional weird noises or doors that don't quite stay shut. Loose hinges, old pipes, uneven floors. That's all it ever was. Or at least that's what I kept telling myself until last month, when my house decided to start answering back. It began on a Tuesday afternoon. I was in the basement bedroom folding laundry, while my 8-month-old son napped in his portable crib next to me. The baby monitor was on, even though we were in the same room, a habit I'd gotten into since he was born. The house was quiet, except for the gentle hum of the dryer and my son's soft breathing. Then I heard voices. Loud, multiple voices coming from upstairs. At first I thought someone had broken in, and my heart started racing. I scooped up my still sleeping baby and quietly made my way to the stairs, grabbing my phone to call 911 if necessary. As I crept up the basement stairs, I realized the voices had a familiar cadence. It sounded like a talk show or news program, but I hadn't left the TV on. In fact, I specifically remembered turning it off that morning because my son had been fussy, and I didn't want the noise to overstimulate him. When I reached the top of the stairs and peered into the living room, I saw that the TV was indeed on. Not only that, but it was playing some random meditation app that I had downloaded months ago but never actually used. The remote control was sitting on the kitchen island, a good 10 feet away from the TV, nowhere near where I usually leave it, which is on the coffee table. I shifted my son to my hip and went to turn off the TV, trying to calm my racing heart. Maybe I had left it on after all and just forgotten. Maybe the remote had glitched and opened the app on its own. These things happen with smart TVs, right? Just a technical hiccup, nothing more. But as I reached for the remote, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The house felt different somehow. more awake, more aware. I quickly turned off the TV and went about my day, pushing the incident to the back of my mind. A few days later, my dad came to visit. He'd recently bought one of those water flossers and brought it along because he was staying overnight and is religious about his dental routine. That evening, my brother, who lives nearby and had come over for dinner, was using the upstairs bathroom to brush his teeth. The water flosser was sitting on the counter, plugged in but turned off. I was walking past the bathroom door when I heard my brother let out a startled yelp. I poked my head in to see what was wrong, and he was standing there with toothpaste foam around his mouth, staring at the water flosser, which had somehow turned itself on and shot a stream of water straight up into the air, soaking part of the mirror and the front of his shirt. "Did you touch that thing?" he asked, wiping his face. I hadn't. It was across the counter from where he was standing, and he swore he hadn't bumped it or pressed anything. My dad came in and checked it, saying maybe the power button was sensitive or stuck, but it seemed to be working normally when he tested it. Again, I brushed it off. Electronics malfunction sometimes. It wasn't until that night that I started to seriously question my rational explanations approach. It was around 3:15 in the morning when my mom, who was sleeping in the guest room down the hall from my bedroom, knocked on my door, waking me up. She looked pale and unsettled. "There's someone in my room," she whispered. I immediately got up, adrenaline flooding my system. My husband was away on a business trip, so it was just me, my baby, and my parents in the house. I grabbed my phone and the baseball bat I keep under the bed and followed my mom back to the guest room, my heart pounding in my ears. The room was empty. No signs of an intruder, windows still locked, nothing disturbed. But my mom was adamant that she had felt someone standing at the foot of her bed, watching her. She said she had opened her eyes and couldn't see anyone, but the feeling was so strong that she couldn't possibly have imagined it. And then, as she was about to convince herself it was just a dream, the ceiling light had switched on by itself. "The light switch is by the door," she pointed out. "I was in bed. There's no way I could have turned it on." I checked the light switch, flicking it up and down. It worked normally. Then I tried to explain it away. Maybe there was a power surge. Maybe the wiring in this old house was faulty. I'd had issues with flickering lights in the past, especially during storms, and had always blamed it on old wiring. But there was no storm that night. The sky was clear, the air still. My mom slept in my room for the rest of the night, and I took the guest room. Nothing else happened, but I lay awake until dawn, listening to every creak and groan of the house, suddenly unsure of my surroundings in a way I'd never been before. The next morning, I tried to laugh it all off. Old houses make noises. Electronics glitch. People have vivid dreams that seem real. That's all this was. A series of coincidences that my sleep-deprived new mom brain was connecting into a pattern that wasn't really there. A week passed without incident, and I had almost convinced myself that I was right all along. Then came yesterday. I was organizing the pantry while my son played in his walker in the kitchen where I could see him. The walker has these little toys attached to it, including a toy phone that plays a "Hello, Hello" tune when you press the receiver. My son is still too young to deliberately press buttons, though he sometimes hits them accidentally while grabbing for things. I was deep in the pantry, rearranging cans on a high shelf, when the hallway light outside the pantry door flickered rapidly, not just once, but several times in succession, like someone was flipping the switch up and down. Before I could step out to check it, I felt something brush against my back, not a gentle touch, but a definite physical contact, like someone had walked closely behind me. I spun around, but there was no one there, just the empty pantry doorway and the hallway beyond. My skin crawled with goosebumps, and I had that distinct feeling of not being alone. I hurried back to the kitchen, my heart racing. That's when I heard it. The toy phone on my son's walker playing its "Hello, Hello" tune. But my son wasn't anywhere near the toy. He was on the other side of the walker, contentedly gumming a rubber teething ring, completely uninterested in the phone that was suddenly, inexplicably, playing by itself. I watched, frozen in place, as the little toy phone played its entire tune. When it finished, the walker was silent again. My son didn't even look up, as if nothing unusual had happened. But something had happened. Something I couldn't explain away with faulty wiring or technical glitches. The feeling that had been building for weeks, that my house was somehow aware, somehow trying to get my attention, crystallized into certainty in that moment. I'm not a superstitious person. I don't own crystals or tarot cards or Ouija boards, but I do have a small bundle of Palo Santo that a friend gave me when I moved in. Just in case, she'd said with a wink. I'd rolled my eyes then, but now I found myself digging through drawers until I found it. With my son safely in his high chair, with some Cheerios to keep him occupied, I lit the Palo Santo and walked through the house, letting the fragrant smoke fill each room. I felt slightly ridiculous, but also determined. If something was in my house, I wanted it gone. As I finished my amateur cleansing ritual in the living room, I stood in front of the TV and did something that still makes me shiver when I think about it. I spoke out loud to an empty room. If someone or something is here and needs to say something, show me by changing what's on the TV. I don't know why I said it. Maybe because the TV had been the first thing to act strangely. Maybe because I wanted to set parameters, to control the interaction in some way. What I didn't expect was an immediate response. The air around me suddenly turned ice cold, not gradually cooling down, but instantly dropping in temperature, like I'd stepped into a walk-in freezer. My breath fogged in front of my face. Before I could react, the TV, which had been playing a mindless reality show as background noise, went completely black. Not turned off, but black screen, as if someone had changed the input to a dead channel. I stood there, goosebumps rising on my arms, my breath coming in short gasps. Then I felt it, that same awareness I'd sensed before, but stronger now, more focused. It was as if the entire house was suddenly paying attention to me, waiting. Slowly, I turned around, already knowing what I'd find. The remote control, which had been on the coffee table in front of me, was now on the floor directly behind me. There was no way it could have fallen there, no way it could have moved without me seeing or hearing it. I stood there, my sleeping baby in my arms. I'd picked him up instinctively when the air turned cold, staring at the remote on the floor. The terror that washed over me wasn't because of the TV turning off or the remote moving. It was the sudden, crystal-clear understanding that by asking for a sign, by setting up rules for communication, I had opened a door. I had acknowledged whatever was in my house, and in doing so, I had invited a conversation that it, had been trying to have all along. The TV flickered back to life, but it wasn't playing the reality show anymore. Instead, it was showing the meditation app again, the same one from the first incident, but now it was open to a specific meditation titled Listen. My legs nearly gave out. I sank onto the couch, clutching my son tightly to my chest. He was still sleeping peacefully, unaware of what was happening around him. The house was silent again, the air slowly warming back to normal. But nothing felt normal anymore. Nothing would ever feel normal again. I sat there for what felt like hours, afraid to move, afraid to speak, afraid to acknowledge what had just happened. But also afraid to ignore it, to pretend it wasn't real. Because it was real. My house, or something in my house, had answered me. It had taken up my invitation to communicate. And now I didn't know what to do next. I'd opened a door without knowing what was on the other side, and I had no idea how to close it again, or even if I should. As I write this, sitting in my kitchen with every light in the house turned on despite it being midday, I can feel it. That awareness, that attention focused on me, waiting. My son is napping in his crib, the baby monitor next to me showing him sleeping peacefully. But every few minutes, the image on the monitor flickers, and for just a split second, I see something else in the room with him. A shadow where no shadow should be. A movement where nothing is moving. The TV has turned itself on 3 times since yesterday. Each time showing the meditation app, each time open to listen. I haven't turned it on myself once. I'm too afraid of what might happen if I actually do listen, if I open myself up to whatever is trying to speak to me. But I'm also afraid of what might happen if I don't. The baby monitor just flickered again. This time, when the image came back, my son was awake, sitting up in his crib, laughing and babbling as he reached towards something I can't see, something just out of frame. I'm going to get him now. I don't know what else to do. I don't know who to talk to about this. Who would believe me? All I know is that my house wants to talk. And I think I've run out of time to decide whether I'm going to answer.